The Stompers are in the 2025 postseason, but the seeding still yet to be known. We find out more today. The Stompers and the Philippines national team go at it at 6:05, with the Stompers trying to hold that top seed in the CCL North. Right now a one-game lead over the Crawdads and the Blues, but they have to take care of business here at home today. I'm Karen Costa, joined by Roman Raffelli on the Sonoma Stompers pregame show. Sonoma 5-0 victory over San Francisco last night, thanks to Sean McBroom and Justin Jones combining for all 9 innings without giving up a run. Max Handren, an early 2-run home run yesterday. What are some of the positives we can take away from that victory?
Yeah, the biggest positive is the Stompers clinch. They get the monkey off the back in terms of worrying about whatever is going on with the seeding. They can just focus on winning games now, trying to go for the 1 spot. And along with that, you had a big win. You got on the board early, and then there was a long stretch where the Stompers weren't on the board, not generating a lot of offense. Eventually, they get back in it to extend the lead, and the pitching was great. 9 shutout innings. The defense was clean. Just an all-around team victory, and that's what it needs to be for the next week if the Stompers want a chance at the CCL title.
Yeah, so the Stompers, to win the CCL North and get that bye, what they're going to need to do is win out. The Crawdads are in control of their game against Menlo Park, so they would draw to a virtual tie, but on win percentage they'd take the lead. If Walnut Creek holds their lead and Stompers lose today, then things get real dicey going into tomorrow. But as we keep on saying, Stompers control their own destiny. Win today, win tomorrow, and get rolling into that Wednesday CCL North title game. They send out Brandon Leone today, Roman, making his 6th appearance in league action. He pitched the 9th inning last week against Walnut Creek. His start back on June 5th, a disaster. He faced 9 hitters in 1 inning. He walked 4 and hit 2. How does he change that?
Yeah, really, since that outing, he's been pretty solid. His out-of-league games have been very good as well. Leon just needs to live in the strike zone. He's going to give up some contact. He's kind of a pitch-to-contact, let the defense work type of pitcher, but he's been good, obviously, since June 5th. The ERA still a little bit inflated. He needs to go in, throw strikes, not try to do too much as soon as you start trying to aim pitches, be, really just entertaining, do whatever you're trying to do. It tends to fall apart. Just go in, throw strikes, let the defense work.
Yeah, let's talk about the offensive side of things, maybe the defensive side of things, you could say. A little bit of a defensive changes. Max Handren goes to second base. Xander Silkin goes to third base. I mean, both those guys can pick it just about anywhere on the infield. What are your thoughts on that move?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad move necessarily. Maybe trying to preserve the arm of Max Handren a little bit for down the stretch, just give him a day of some shorter stuff. And for Xander Silkin, a chance to stretch it out, just get some good reps in, the really terrible what-if scenario of Handren not being able to play next week or whatever it may be. A good opportunity, change of scenery for those two guys, get some reps at a different spot, and just continue to play good defense, because we've seen Xander Silkin and Max Handren both be spectacular.
Yeah, offensively, Nick Sebastiani hits behind Max Handren. He has a big role. Struggled 0 for 4 yesterday, first game back in 3 weeks due to injury. What are early signs you want to see from him that he's coming back around at the plate?
Yeah, his at-bats last night weren't bad, and he hit a couple balls very hard. He had a sac fly, which produced an RBI. I thought it was a solid day back. Obviously, you want to get in the hit column, get on base a couple times, but 0 for 4, not as bad as it necessarily looks. Just needs to go up there, look for strikes early in the count. He did a good job of that last night, was patient in the box, not trying to force it, pushing the envelope his first game back. Just go out there, find a strike, put a ball in play, and, Nick Sebastiani has a lot of power in the bat. He needs to try to tap into that tonight.
Yeah, and now you could pick him as your Stomp Watch player as we take a look at who you like in the Stomper starting 9 today.
I think for me, it's going to be Cam Hegeman down in the 5 spot. He's had a really hot streak over the last week or so. 19 hits on the year, and that's a very short year with Sonoma. Just always a good quality at-bat from him. He can tend to have some swing and miss, but it seems to be that his approach has gotten much better and much more disciplined as of late.
Yeah, Hegeman really swinging. It's 7 hits over his last 3 games. Also, if he gets on, a threat to run. 5 of 8, though. Stolen bases have been thrown out a little too much. And let's talk about the base running from yesterday before we close out today's pregame show. I like the aggression from Dave Hoke at third base. The Stompers end up 2 for 4 trying to tag up on fly balls, and then they end up 2 for 4 trying to steal bases. So you push the envelope, and it works, but not to perfection.
Yeah, and I think today's game and tomorrow's game are 2 more opportunities for the Stompers to, in a way, do that. Obviously, you don't want to do it too much and end up, getting caught by a team well below your record. But there's a chance to kind of push the envelope here, let some guys test some things out, and maybe see what you have in the tank down the stretch. But some aggressive but smart base running, definitely a key to tonight's game.
Yeah, and as we close out here, we take a look behind enemy lines. The Philippines baseball group comes to town 4-17 on the season. They lost 8-1 here at Arnold Field back in June. They're 0-5 against teams against the CCL North. Stomps need to take care of business, but who can we look out for, Roman?
It's going to be Stefano Gonzalez, starting pitcher for the Philippines. In all 4 of their wins this season, they have been close games. Those 8-7, 4-3, 7-5, and 7-4. If they want to have a chance to pull an upset on the Stompers tonight, they're going to need to keep it close early and into the middle innings, and it has to start with the starting pitching.
Yeah, after starting 1-10, the Philippines are 3-7 over their last 10 games, playing a little bit better of late. They lost 3-1 down in Menlo Park yesterday. We'll see what they do here at Arnold Field in Sonoma when we come back with first pitches and lineups. With the win, the Stompers will host a playoff game here at Arnold Field Tuesday or Wednesday. But the dream of the CCL North title and bye rides on a win today and tomorrow. And here on Saturday night, it's Brandon Leone who gets the nod by manager Zach Pace. The 5'10", 185-pound right-hander from Turlock, California, is 20 years old out of Modesto Junior College, making his sixth league appearance. Roman, one start, an 0-1 record, and a 6.42 earned run average. That's in just 7 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And a big one with him is that start against the Merchants. So Longyo really didn't turn out the way he would have wanted it, just 1 inning.
Yeah, that start wasn't ideal. Now he gets another chance here at another crack at starting, and it looks like he's kind of adjusted what the issues were against that Merchants team, developed a little bit, matured a little bit over the course of this season, and now an opportunity to really allow the Stompers to get a big win here, clinch at least the 2 seed in hopes of the number 1 seed overall.
And he goes up against Will Pickett's and the Philippines national team. The designated hitter Nomar Vasquez leads off, followed by the first baseman Ben Lee and the shortstop JJ Fagfumsint. The catcher Dylan Tagium cleans it up, then the third baseman Malachi Lopez, the second baseman Brady Formisco. The left fielder Kalel Holguim hits in the 7th spot. Right fielder, center fielder, that's Riker Billingsley and Wyatt Womarsna end out the 8th and 9th. Here we go, Leone against Vasquez, righty on righty. And the first pitch misses low and away, says the home plate umpire Eric Gurney. That pitch was thrown at 6:12 Pacific time. Here in Sonoma, it's 66 degrees. The pitch is cut on and missed. 1-1. Nice pitch from Leone. Stompers need to score first. A staggeringly good record when they get the first run. And that starts with Leone putting up a 0, and he's ahead in the count on the designated hitter Vasquez, a righty out of LA Mission, hitting .263, 3 doubles, and a .379 on base. Leone comes home, and it's bounced foul towards the on-deck circle where Ben Lee, the first baseman, waits. The defense behind Leone today, Trent Keys gets the start in the left. Cam Hegeman patrols center, as he has for the majority of the second half. Then Quinn Meaden in right. Silkin, Olympia, Handren, and Lazul third to first. Sepulveda blocks a slider from Leone, and the count's 2-2. Esteban doing the catching today. Time called, and Gurney called time and went and had some words with the Stomper dugout. He's helped by Dean Poteet up the first baseline and Andrew Bernius up the third baseline. 0-2 pitches, bounced back up the middle for a base hit. Nomar Vasquez leads off the ball game with a single, and Leone now has to work with traffic here in the first.
And a good piece of contact there, just took it right back where it was pitched, shoots it up the middle for his 14th hit of the year. He's also got 4 stolen bases. Watch out for him to get into scoring position.
Lee, a .407 hitter, 7 doubles, 14 driven in, power bat in the 2 spot for Pickett's. First pitch is a slider in there for a called strike. Stompers pitching did not allow a run to the Seagulls last night. 6 from Sean McBroom and 3 from Justin Jones. Leone fools Lee on a slider, fooled him badly, 0-2, way out in front. Was the first baseman out of Cal State LA. Philippines are 4-17. That's their total record and their road record. Much like the California Tigers, no home base for the Ball Club based out of Southern California. They sit at the bottom spot of the CCL South standings. Leone's 0-2 misses, 3 consecutive sliders. It's pretty much a fastball slider mix, an occasional changeup. The fastball can get up to 90 miles an hour. That's the fast one. It's bounced towards second base. Ranging over his hander, and he goes to first in time. So second base goes Vasquez, a runner in scoring position with 1 out for J.J. Fagfumsent.
And that's the right play there for Max Handren. With a runner on, you always think you got to get one when you're talking about a double play, and he does a good job there. Knowing the throw to second base isn't going to be an easy one. I mean, Max Handren, a phenomenal defender, could probably make it, but just goes to first, gets the easy out.
Yeah, especially Handren, a right-handed thrower despite being a left-handed hitter. He's shaded double play depth. He was ranging well towards first base. Fagfumsent, there's a first pitch fastball at 89, well below the knees. It's almost 70% fastball from Leon, although 3 out of the 4 pitches to Lee were sliders. 1-0 pitch. That's another fastball, missed with it again.
And a break in the statistics like that can tell you of a couple things. Maybe he sees something in Ben Lee that he thinks the slider can be advantageous to, or, in his pregame bullpen, the slider was just feeling really good, wants to use it a lot.
Leon checks second and delivers. Went back to the slider, misses off the corner. That's a good pitch. It starts on the outer third and then drifts away, but on a 2-0 count, Fagfumsent's patient and he lets it drift into the far batter's box, 3-0. Now the count on JJ. Leon misses low, 4-pitch walk, another slider. He didn't have command for either pitch, and the Philippines are threatening. 2 on, 1 out in the first. Cleanup hitter Dylan Tagium, who's hitting .368, trying to drive in his 19th and 20th runs with runners at first and second and 1 out. Leon stares into Sepulveda. Middle infield of Olympia and Handren play up the middle looking for 2. Tagium takes a called strike. That's the front hip slider. It's been all righties so far. And there's another righty in Malachi Lopez on deck. Ballantyne's the lefty out of a bullpen. The pitch to Tagium's low. Nice block by Sepulveda. It counts 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners lead from first and second, just getting started. Top of inning number 1. Sonoma looking to secure a home playoff game, and that would be for the first time in their California Collegiate League 5 seasons. Leon takes a look at second base, comes to the plate, and Tagium just gets a piece of the slider. He tops it back to the screen. And a bat boy today wearing a Savannah Bananas jersey. What's happened to baseball?
I'll tell you what's happened. Everyone's gone bananas.
For whatever brand of baseball they're playing down in Georgia. 1-2 pitch is a fastball, and it's hit foul the opposite way. Leon does a very nice job with mixing up the speeds. The slider's a good 14, 15 miles an hour slower than the heater, and Tagium was late. Leon ahead of the cleanup man Tagium, takes a look at second, delivers a 1-2. This one's bounced to third. Silkin fields a short hop, goes to second for 1. The relay to first, not in time. It looked for a second like Paul Lazul just came off the base to field the throw.
Now batting, third baseman number 7, Malachi Lopez.
Is that a mental mistake maybe from Paul Lazul? He didn't seem to stretch for it. I think he didn't know if there was a play. Either way, it goes 6-5, fielder's choice. Fagfumsent is out. Tagium's at first base, Vasquez at third base. Now nothing can get past Sepulveda with Malachi Lopez up, and he swings for his pitch and hits it foul. There's finally a lefty in the on-deck circle, Brady Fermisco.
And that's the same thing we talked about on the ground ball from Ben Lee. The Stompers able to get one there. The problem is, the ball hit in front of Silkin. He couldn't go step on third base and throw to first, so now you got a runner just 90 feet away.
Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Leon misses high with a fastball at 88. Getting set to deliver his 22nd pitch. of what's turning into a laborious first inning. Stompers do have arms out of the bullpen today, treating this one like playoff baseball, and that one misses low and inside. I asked Zach Pace before the game, what's the game plan with Leon? Is it a much tighter leash than usual? Is there any pitch count? He said, well, we're managing it like playoff baseball. Pelja can pitch today and tomorrow. Gens can pitch today and tomorrow. You have Ballantyne, who looked good in his first outing. That one is a beautiful block by Esteban Sepulveda, who slid to his right side and then backhanded the ball in front of his chest. And holding at third base is Nomar Vazquez. That could have been a disastrous way to give up the first run. Textbook catching from Sepulveda.
Well, and the big thing there from Sepulveda is he saw it tag him with a pretty large secondary off first base, but he held onto the ball. He didn't force the issue at first base and essentially send it into right.
Leon misses high ball 4. The bases are loaded for the lefty, Brady Fermisco. Hitting just 136. Maybe this is the guy you want to go up against. 3 hits on the season. And that's going to bring Mike Nunez, the pitching coach, to the mound. He's one of the many members of Zach Pace's coaching staff. Paul Madereno does the hitting. Kenny Meimersdorf and Casey Gilroy sort of help out with everything. Charlie Hale, assistant to the general manager, assistant to the skipper. He crucial part of this organization.
And going back to the walk there, not a terrible spot. I mean, you have a much lower average in Brady Fermisco, who's also just playing his 8th game.
3 for 22.
Right. The issue, from what I see, is he has 6 walks. I mean, he's probably going to give you a patient approach, especially seeing a couple walks in front of him, as well as just a couple pretty hard-hit ground balls and a single. You want to be careful here if you're Brandon Leon.
Left-handed hitter Brady Fermisco. Left-handed hitter. On his way to UCLA, he takes a called strike 1, and maybe Mike Nunez there could have said go to the fastball a little bit more. We saw in his early outings, tried to work on that off-speed pitch, but when it's not working, Leon should rely on that fastball, and that's what he's going to have to do against the lefty, Fermisco. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the first. That's the fastball again, blew it by him, 0-2. No reason to change things up. Fermisco looks a little bit overmatched on the first 2 heaters from Brandon Leon.
Yeah, and to be behind on the first one, that's semi-understandable. The second one, you got to be on time for. He wasn't no reason to change if you're Brandon Leon on the 3rd pitch.
Wind blowing out to dead center, 0-2 pitch. He went with the changeup, the very, very rarely used changeup, and it missed badly. Sepulveda saved a couple runs back there with that runner out at 3rd. 1-2, Leon still in the driver's seat against Brady Fermisco, looking for his 4th hit of the season. The pitch is fouled at home plate. That was the changeup again in the zone. So maybe he just doesn't have a feel for the slider. He's going to try the changeup to change the speeds a little bit. Not changing the eye level. Everything's been middle and just near the belt of Fermisco.
Yeah, and I don't love that changeup usage only because you've seen the guys behind on the fastball, and the changeup is exactly that. It's just a little bit slower. You're asking for it to get put in play at a high speed.
Leon sets at the belt with the bases full, and he delivers a fastball at 88 outside, 2-2. You don't want to get into a full count against Fermisco. With 2 outs, there'd be a runner going from every base.
And it's a good 2-strike approach here from Fermisco. Choked up about 2 inches on the bat, as well as widened the stance a much shorter step.
2-2 home. There's the slider, and he struck him out swinging. In and out of trouble works Brandon Leon in the first. 3 reach, but nobody scores for the Philippines, with the Sonoma Stompers coming up in the last of the first. Stefano Gonzalez takes the hill for the Filipino national team, making his first start of the campaign. 8 games, he's amassed 9 1/3 innings, pitching to a 6.75 ERA. 8 strikeouts, just 4 walks, but knock on him. He puts the ball over the plate and it's hit. 4 walks, but 14 hits allowed for the 5'11", 195-pound righty from Torrance, California, who throws at L.A. Pierce. And he'll face the right fielder Quinn Meaden, the second baseman Max Handren, and the DH Nick Sebastiani in the first. The middle third for Zach Pace, the third baseman Xander Silkin, the center fielder Cam Hageman, and the shortstop Kyle Olympia. Paul Lazul, Esteban Sepulveda, and Trent Keys round out the 9 for the Sonoma Stompers with a win. They'd host a playoff game with a win today and tomorrow. They would host the North title game on Wednesday. The defense, real quick, Holguim, Wilmarsna, and Billingsley. That's left to right in the outfield. Lopez, Fang Fumsen, Fermisco, and Lee, third to first. Dylan Tagium does the catching. Quinn Meaden on base 5 times yesterday, 3 for 7 with an RBI in his 3 games here in Sonoma. On base machine looks to start the game that way, and he takes a fastball at 83 in there for a called strike.
And one of the big stats with Gonzalez on the bump, a 193 whip. That's walks plus hits per innings pitched. That tells the Stompers, you're going to get guys on, you got to take advantage.
Sonoma does that anyway. That one's hit hard and fair inside the third base bag. Running over to cut it off is Holguim. The speedy Meaden heads towards second base, and he's in there standing up with a double.
Quinn Meaden had some big shoes to fill coming in wearing that number 3, but he's been spectacular for Sonoma in a very limited time frame. On base 5 times yesterday, that was just 1 hit. Finds ways to get on, and it's just a productive bat at the top.
The second coming of Colton Boardman leads off the game with a double, and Max Handren, who homered in the first inning yesterday, is third of the season, digs in from the left side. First pitch to Max. He swings and hits one down the right field line, and it's foul off the wall. Oh, so close was Max Handren to imitating last night to a T. That ball hit the wall square on the full. It was 2 feet wide of the right field foul pole, and Max walks back to home plate in shock. It's an 83-mile-per fastball on the bottom inner third, right in the green zone for that lefty hack of Max Handren. Feet close together, slightly open stance. 24-year-old who just finished off a 6-year college career takes low. That's the breaking ball. Looks like a curve, and Handren back in the count 1-1. Gave that baseball a ride.
Handren, I mean, 0.05 of a second early there. Otherwise, it's well out of here.
Still trying to drive home Meaden from second. The pitch to Handren's low, blocked by Tagium. This is a very odd outfield alignment. The left fielder, Holguim's hugging the line in left for him to go the opposite way. And Wilmarsna, the center fielder, is 5'6". He's still going. He's walking in to the pull side hole. If something gets over the shortstop, it's going to roll all the way to the wall. There's a lot of hitting room in left center field for Handren. Infield plays him straight away. The pitch to Max is low. It kicks away from Tagium, and Meaden's going to take third base on the pass ball. Crooked numbers in the first, Roman. The Stompers have done that all too often this season. And they have that runner at third with nobody out and a driver's seat count to Handren, who after hitting the first pitch off the wall foul, hasn't seen a pitch close to the plate. It looks like Stefano Gonzalez learned his lesson. 3-1 home. Handren sends it to shallow left field. Lopez, the third baseman, gives it a look, but it falls harmlessly foul. The count runs full 3-2.
Stompers set up to score in the bottom of the first, and what's their record with when they score first?
21-4, something like that. The issue, that's actually at a loss to that because they scored the first 4 on Wednesday in San Francisco. Wound up losing 7-4. Payoff pitch coming now to Handren. And Max hits a high chopper to first. It's going to stay fair. Lee takes it to the bag. RBI for Mr. Handren, his 25th run batted in this year. Sonoma leads it 1-0. 3 unassisted, the putout.
Designated hitter number 6.
And a good battle there from Gonzalez. He nearly lost the ball on the first pitch. He threw it to Handren, but then battles back. Couldn't quite find the zone, and then ultimately gets him to roll a ball weakly over to first base. That's a win for the starter.
First pitch, called strike to Nick Sebastiani, and if the Stompers keep getting 83 mile per hour fastballs in the zone, they better start swinging first pitch. Sebastiani hits this one to third. Tough hop for Lopez, and he knocks it down and won't have a play. E5 charged against Lopez. A hard hit baseball from Sebastiani, but right at Malachi Lopez. He ranged to the glove side, and it just in and out of the webbing.
Yeah, I went to pick it up to throw and just kind of almost
lost on the transfer.
Yeah, lost on the
almost.
transfer, but just kind of stopped looking at what he was doing, was more focused on where Sebastiani was at. And credit to Nick Sebastiani there. A hard hit ball, that applies pressure, and hustling hard up the first base line despite rolling it over, that applies pressure as well.
Yeah, Sebastiani running hard, his second game back from a 3-week layoff due to a knee injury. Silken bounces this one foul towards the visitor dugout down the third base line. Gets halfway to Dave Hoke in the third base coaching box. Jacoby Heyer over at first base today. Sebastiani had 9 steals before that knee injury. I wonder how aggressive Sonoma will be with him on the base paths as Silken takes low. That's the curveball. 1-1. One run in, Meaden doubled, went to third on a pass ball, scored on a Handren ground out. Sebastiani leads off first. He reached on an error. Silken takes low, blocked by Tagium. And the count's 2-1. Stefano Gonzalez, this is his first start, and he hasn't gone more than an inning since June 15th. He threw 3 innings on June 8th. This is a slow bouncer off the foot of Silken. And the count's 2-2. There's no one up in the bullpen. Is this a length day for Gonzalez? He's gone 1 inning in his past 5 appearances. Two and two to Silken, a right-handed hitter out of West Valley College, has a hit in 3 out of his 4 games for Sonoma. Check on Sebastiani, back without a dive. Walnut Creek's beaten Menlo Park, so Stompers need to win this one. Silken hits it foul again. And the count holds at 2-2. 15 pitches now with just 1 out. And you need to get into this bullpen and get into it early. It's a team that's really struggled this season. I mean, 4-17, an atrocious record for the road squad today. And you have 18 consecutive innings now in less than 24 hours. Silken hits it back up the middle. This could be 2. The second baseman, Feramisco, steps on the bag and throws to first. 4-3, the double play. The inning is over. The Stompers get a run on a hit. They leave the bases empty. We head to the second inning with the Stompers leading the Philippines 1-0. Brandon Leone works with a lead against Kalel Hogweem, headed to University of the Pacific. This is his first at-bat of the CCL summer, and he starts behind 0-1.
66, Kal-El Holguin.
Hogweem, Billingsley, and Lamarsna. If anyone gets aboard, it's back to the top. That one misses, and the count's 1-1. Leone needs to be efficient. He's working with a lead. He has a chance to just fill up the zone. Zach Pace talks about it a lot when we ask him about those early crooked numbers. He says it allows the pitchers to just fill up the zone and trust the defense. This one's a high hopper to Olympia, who fields on the outfield grassy. One hops the throw in time. Nice play by the new Stomper shortstop.
And an in-betweener like that, it can get tricky for the shortstop there, but Olympia, he's got two options. He can charge and try to pick the small hop throw on the run, or he can back up, create space, and then trust his arm there. Use the ground, didn't sail it. That's a big thing there, but a really heads up and just a really smart play.
Yeah, well thought out one-hop throw from Olympia from the outfield grass. Didn't have time to set his feet. Bounced it perfectly into the glove of Lazul. And that brings up Riker Billingsley, who gives an awkward wave at the first pitch. He's behind 0-1. Billingsley wearing a red jersey, sporting a purple helmet and a bright yellow bat. He's covered half the rainbow with his outfit, and it's a 1-1 count. It's a bright yellow bat that Paul Contreras of the Stompers last season used. Looks like a pencil or wiffle bat. That one misses outside 2-1. This is one where you have Luke Duncan available, Braden Gentz available. That's a good way to shorten the ball game, and that one's popped foul 2-2. I know we've only seen Andrew Ballantyne once, but he looked very good in Walnut Creek, and a good lefty to go to against a righty-heavy lineup. Two cut on and missed. Got him on the changeup. The second strikeout for Leone, and quickly 2 away in the top of the second. Stomps would love to just get the bats back out there and get their cracks at Stefano Gonzalez.
And that first inning was kind of what we had talked about in the pregame show with Brandon Leone, is he didn't throw a lot of strikes. He got into some trouble, but he got out of the inning unscathed. Now, in the second inning, throwing strikes, getting a ground ball, and then a strikeout.
First pitch swinging. It's popped up on the infield, and Kyle Olympia cuts in front of Max Handren and catches it heading towards the dugout. Handren starting back and then stumbled. A heads-up play by Olympia. A couple nice plays by the Stompers shortstop and a strikeout. 1-2-3 go the Philippines in the visitor second. 1-0 Sonoma after 1.5. Second inning rolls in here in Sonoma. Brandon Leone has yet to allow a run through 2 innings. The Stompers added a run on Max Handren's 25th RBI, a ground ball to first base, scored Quinn Meaden in the first. Hegeman takes a called strike 1, and that is the 5th time a first pitch fastball at 83 miles an hour have been in the zone to start the at-bat. That's an adjustment. If Gonzalez is going to just throw it in the zone, fastballs, why would he stop doing it if the Stompers aren't going to swing? Hegeman bounces it foul, 0-2. That was a slider that time, also in the zone. Hegeman, 7 hits over his last 3 games, swinging a hot bat. He's in the 5 spot today. The 0-2 pitch. Hegeman bounces it up the middle. Fagfumsen ranges over, fields, and throws in time to get Hegeman. 1 away in the first for Kyle Olympia. It's a nice play by Fagfumsen, ranging up the middle. There's no such thing as an easy hop here at Arnold Field. Had to reach down, and it wasn't a short hop. It wasn't an easy hop. It wasn't even an in-between hop, but it throws out the speedy Hegeman, 1 down.
Yeah, and that can be a really tough play, but a really nice athletic play there. You're on the run. You got to go pretty quick to that ball. You got to reach down really low to grab it and then get up and throw.
Olympia gets the first pitch fastball in the zone, and he fouls it straight back to the screen. Great approach from Kyle. He's sat in the dugout, saw him. Gonzalez just grooving in these fastballs on the first pitch, and he jumped all over it and fouled it just back to the screen. A pitch to Olympia, fouled back again, got another fastball, and now he finds himself behind, no balls and 2 strikes.
An opportunity to battle here. Olympia, 3 strikeouts in his limited Stompers run here. Needs to battle, see a pitch, put one in play.
Olympia, right-handed hitter, has hit .350 the past 2 seasons at San Francisco State. Late addition to the Stomper roster with the injury to Colton Boardman. He takes upstairs. Fastball, took a little bit off, but missed well up above the letters to Olympia. Taking over the number 7 from Nick Santavanez. Nick left the CCL as the strikeout leader on the mound. Olympia pops this one foul out of play, 1-2. Base is empty. 1 out. 1-0 Sonoma. We play in the bottom of inning number 2. 1-2 pitch on the way to Olympia's low 2-2. Another nice take. That's the changeup. Curveball, slider, and the change from the righty Gonzalez, who made 15 appearances and had an earned run average over 8 at LA Pierce. Paul Azul, powerful lefty on deck. 2-2 pitch on the way. Olympia hits it to shortstop. Another chance for Fagfumsen. He plays the ball off his chest and throws out Olympia. That one went glove, chest, hand, and he threw him out.
And that ball hit much harder and right at him there. A much easier play. I mean, by the basics than the one just a moment ago off the bat of Cam Hegeman. Hit so hard it kind of bounced out of his glove as he gathered, but able to recover and put an accurate throw on. Can be a tough thing. You get a little bit flustered if you have to juggle the ball a little bit, but doesn't lose his focus.
That brings up the lefty Lazul. Paul has 5 doubles and 3 home runs, but struggling a little bit of late. He's just 1 for his last 14. Takes outside, and finally a Stompers ahead in the count to start the AB against Gonzalez. That would have been, 6 straight where he'd gotten ahead with the fastball. Right on left, Gonzalez works off the third base side of the hill, and he misses low outside, 2-0. Trying to keep this inning alive for the catcher, Esteban Sepulveda, out on deck. The pitch to Lazul way high, 3-0. And the only 3-ball counts that we've seen from Gonzalez is against the lefty. Handren got ahead 3-1, and now Lazul's ahead 3-0. 3-0. Called strike. Beautifully received by Taggy and brought that one back off the corner. Eric Gurney has the balls and strikes today. 3-1 pitch. See if Lazul lets loose if he gets one in the zone. He takes way outside for ball 4. Stompers get the 2-out base runner, and that brings up Sepulveda, the catcher who's hit the portal from Pepperdine to UC Riverside. Stompers could use a little 2-out rally here, try and tack on to what's a 1-0 lead. That was an issue yesterday. Stompers got 2 in the first, didn't score again until the 7th. A check on Lazul back to the bag. Held by the first baseman Lee. Sepulveda, 190 average, 12 hits, 4 of them have gone for extra bases, 3 doubles and a home run. Well, Marcin in center, shaded to the pull side. Sepulveda chases, first pitch, fastball at 80. Stompers looking to secure a home playoff game for the Arnold faithful. That would be a wild card game Tuesday or the North title after a bye on Wednesday. Called strike at the knees, says Eric Gurney. The count's 0-2. Maybe a bit of an expanded zone tonight behind the plate. 0-2 pitch. Sepulveda swings and misses. Nice bounce back inning from Gonzalez. Works around a 2-out walk. We head to the third. Stomps on top 1-0. Back to the top of the order. Nomar Vasquez, Ben Lee, and JJ Fagfumsen. Leon back out there, and he's ready to deal his 40th pitch of the outing. Tie for ball 1. Slider missed up above the zone. Continues to go with that first pitch slider, especially against the top of the order. Here's the fastball, and it's fouled back to the screen. That's a challenge fastball, and Vasquez was late. Every Philippines hitter has been late on the fastball. I don't know why he doesn't go back to it. The pitch. That's at the knees, called strike. 87. That's the exact same pitch that was called a strike to Sepulveda. So now the hitters know it's going to be given below the knees by the home plate umpire, Eric Gurney. That one's too low. Went back to the slider. Counts 2-2.
And that's the spot to live with the fastball if you're Brandon Leone or Stefano Gonzalez here. It's a pitch that a hitter can elevate but needs to have a really disciplined approach for, a really easy pitch to roll over.
2-2 pitches hit hard but foul down the third baseline. That was a fastball at the belt but well inside. Vasquez turned on it and yanked it foul. Infield and outfield straight away. 2-2 pitch is bounced fair inside the third base line. Cutting over to pick it up is Keys in the corner, and chugging into second base with a double is Nomar Vasquez. Vasquez had yanked an inside pitch just foul. The next one he tucks inside the white chalk line, tying run in scoring position with nobody out for Ben Lee. Lee, a right-handed hitter. Even stance. The bat head pointed straight to this guy. Breaks his bat. He hits it to Silkin. Looks back the runner. Throws to first. Beautifully executed baseball at the hot corner from Xander Silkin.
Yeah, that's really good baseball IQ from Xander Silkin at the hot corner. He didn't just look at the runner and throw over. He actually walked him back a couple steps, really forced him to get back, and then threw across. Not going to get duped by Vasquez at second.
So we retired on one pitch. He can't move the runner, so he's still at second base. That's Vasquez, and now J.J. Fagfumsint digs in and takes low outside a first pitch slider, and he continues to be unable to command that pitch. Fastball is not getting hit hard. This is a problem we've seen in a couple of Leone starts. He has a good fastball. It's a lively 90 miles an hour out of the right hand of Leone. It seems like he doesn't trust it a little bit. That's a fastball, and he pulls it at 87. 2-0. Maybe he's just trying to work on the slider. Likes the slider a lot, but games like this, when on paper you're overmatching your opponent, I don't know why he doesn't stick with the fastball. 2-0 pitch. That's a fastball, and late is J.J. Fagfumsint. 2-1. Out-of-town scoreboard, the Slow Blues have opened up a 6-0 lead over the Conejo Oaks in the third inning, so that's going to set up an eventful final day tomorrow. But as we continue to mention, if the Stompers win tonight and win tomorrow, nothing on the out-of-town scoreboard matters. 2-1 pitch, went to the fastball, pulled it to the glove side, 3 balls and 1 strike. First base open against a 300 hitter Fagfumsint, but we'll see what Leone does on a 3-1 pitch. Infield shades him to pull the baseball. Lazul way off the line at first. 3-1. Fastball over the outside corner at 88. Called strike, filler up 3-2.
And we talked about the fastball low that he threw, I believe, Nomar Vasquez earlier in this inning, just a touch low at the zone, but it was called by Eric Gurney. Right now is a great spot for it, get a ground ball or get a strikeout.
Payoff pitch, bounced back up the middle. Handren gloves behind the bag, jump throw to first, picked by Paul Lazul. A nifty play by the Stomper first baseman. A jump throw from Handren from behind the bag. 2 down. Stompers infield defense showing off this inning.
And that's a great play from Handren and Lazul there. Just a tough one from Handren. A really kind of an awkward spot to be in terms of where he needs to put his arm angle, what he does with his feet and his momentum, but he gets the play done. That's veteran baseball.
That's a bounding ball back up the middle. Handren gloved on the backhand side behind second. This time he goes to the glove side, and he gets that one too. Flips to first. The inning is over. Leone induces 3 ground balls after the leadoff double, and he tosses another 0 up on the scoreboard. 2.5 in the books, with the Sonoma Stompers leading 1-0. Nine, 1, and 2 in the last of the third. Sonoma scored in the first inning. That was a Quinn Meaden double and then a Max Handren ground ball. They're up after Trent, who takes a called strike off the outside corner, but that's where Gurney's going to give it. Off the edge and down. It's just a very big strike zone, I think, is what we're going to get today. The pitch to Keys, swing and a miss. That's a slider, 77, right through the heart. Fooled Trent, 0-2. And after striking out Sepulveda on 3 pitches, it's 5 straight strikes dating back to last inning. Keys has just barely closed his stance. The lefty hitter takes low and away. 1-2, changeup from Gonzalez, who's getting up near matching his longest outing of the season, but only at 36 pitches, working against the leadoff hitter in the third. The pitch to Keys is outside, 2-2. Back-to-back changeups from the 20-year-old right-hander. And now someone jogs down to the bullpen down the left field line. We'll see how long the leash is for Gonzalez, second time through the order. Keys takes a fastball off the edge, and from 0-2 to 3-2 works Trent Keys. Payoff pitch from the righty Gonzalez. Keys pops it foul and out of play. Nice 7-pitch at bat to open up the inning before it flips back over to Quinn Meaden, who doubled down the left field line in the first, moved to third on a pass ball, and scored the only Stomper run on a Max Handren ground out. We'll get a second payoff pitch to the left-handed hitter Trent Keys. He pops it up, third baseline. Lopez gives it a look and makes the catch. Foul ball that was sort of angling down that third base line, and Lopez tracked it to the fence and then cut it away from his body back towards the field of play. Brings up Meaden, who has the only hit today for Sonoma. That was in the first inning. He takes low inside 1-0. Teams face pitchers who've struggled all season seem to get right pitching at Arnold Field against the Stompers. That's what we saw from Johnson yesterday. Meaden takes inside, counts 2-0. Johnson had a chance if Mark Caviglia had gone to the hook for a very nice 2 earned over 6 innings. His defense didn't help him out in what turned into a laborious 7th where the Stompers blew the game open. Meaden takes inside again, 3-0. If he gets aboard, he already has 2 steals. I think the Stompers send him pretty early in the count. Has to get to first base first. The righty takes a fastball right through the heart, 3-1. Took something off. That one was down to 79. Middle fastball, but Meaden no green light on 3-0. 3-1 pitch. He bounces this one through the left side, and Quinn Meaden has both of the hits today for the Stompers. He keeps on raking. He's 5 for 9.
And Meaden just a guy who has a nose for getting on base. Doesn't matter what it is. A walk, he's got 3 of those. Reached on a couple errors, a couple hit by pitches for the kid, but a pair of hits tonight. He's been very good in coming in after the All-Star break for Sonoma.
Yeah, great addition by Zach Pace. Now it's Max Handren. He had a fly ball just foul that almost left the yard, and then after that, he grounded out to first base. That did score a run in the first. Quinn Meaden's now reached in 7 consecutive plate appearances. He was aboard all 5 times yesterday. Got aboard all sorts of ways in yesterday's ballgame. A single, 2 walks, an error, and a hit by pitch. Only scored 1 of those times. He has a couple hits today. Leads off first base. Sizable lead for the speedy right fielder as Handren watches one. That's a called strike. Our TrackMan system would not agree with Eric Gurney, but either way, it's 1-1. Goodness, that was 2.5 baseballs off the outside edge. Not an easy job being an umpire, though. I shouldn't laugh. Meaden dives back to first base. Stefano Gonzalez still working with no help behind him in the bullpen. Handren takes low. 2 balls and 1 strike to Max. Gonzalez lucky to retire Handren in the first. He gave up a long and loud strike 1, pulled down the line, then a 3-1 count. Handren shortened up and got the run home. Meaden doesn't go, and Handren takes low, 3-1. Back-to-back 3-ball counts from a Stomper hitter. Handren in the driver's seat. The pitch. Max sends it to center. Not deep. 3 different Filipino players go out, and it's the shortstop, Fag Fumsen, who makes a Willie Mays-esque catch with his back to home plate. Handren just popped one up well below that 3-1 pitch. Now we'll see if Meaden runs with 2 outs. Sebastiani takes low, blocked by Tagium. Keeps Meaden at first base. First pitch slider, and he spiked it about a 55-footer. Meaden continuing to inch off the bag. Sebastiani lines this one into left center gap. Haruda will play it on a hop, and it kicks past, but stays close enough. Meaden running on contact, saw that play develop in front of him, and Dave Hoke threw up the stop sign. And Sebastiani, that's his first hit since coming off the injured list. His 23rd of the season. Good to see Sebastiani back. And that brings up Xander Silken.
And that's a great strike there. Just a nice line drive into left center field. You couldn't draw it up any better if you're Nick Sebastiani, and good way to get back into it after missing a significant amount of time.
And nice to see that first one go after coming off the IL, and a packed house of Stompers fans urge on the home club. 2 on, 2 out in the third. Silken swings first pitch and hits it foul. Lander going to take a walk and kick out the back line of the box. Disappointed with that one. He got an 82-mile-per-hour fastball, just about as middle as it gets. It's a BP fastball, and Silken was late. Let's see what he does with an 0-1 pitch. Right on right. Gonzalez now creeping over that 50 pitch mark. Silken grounds it towards second, ranging over for Misco, dives and it's past him into right field. Dave Hoke's going to send Quinn Meaden. The third of the plate is cut off. To third base goes Handren. It's a base hit and an RBI for Xander Silken. And Sonoma doubles up the advantage thanks to a 2-out rally capped off by that Silken single.
And a nice piece of hitting there, just hits it where its pitch takes it the other way through the right side of the infield, past a diving glove of Formisco, who put a lot of effort behind that one, just unable to come up with the play. And the Stompers add here in the third, something we talked about for the large majority of this season, is the Stompers adding just at least a run in most of their innings, not getting a lead early and being complacent with it, or not waiting until late to, jump on the board. Got to continue to add throughout the ballgame.
Silken's first Sonoma RBI prompts a mound visit from Briscoe, the pitching coach. The entire infield and catcher have joined Gonzalez out on the hill. And that's nice hitting by Sonoma. Handren popped out, which left a runner at first base with 2 outs. Sebastiani yanks a single into left center field. And Silken continues with that shortened up nice approach. It's a hard ground ball through the right side. Fermisco makes a nice effort, a diving play in the hole. It kicks into right, aggressive send. Meaden scores first and third for Cam Hegeman. And Silken, a guy, he has some wheels. You could see him run from first base, especially first and third situation. That one's low. Tagium saves a run by keeping that baseball in front. Gonzalez went with the fastball and yanked it. Third baseman Silken leads off first. Hegeman takes low again, 2-0. We saw a couple people run back from the PNT bullpen, so this could just be the last batter, and he might just come in without really throwing that many warm-up pitches. Sonoma looking to really add to the cushion. Hegeman gets around an inside fastball, but yanks it foul. Stompers and the Philippines. Home squad leads it 2-0, last of the third. Hegeman ahead in the count, 2-1, takes inside, and it's 3-1. And now there's more action in the bullpen. Looks like it's a righty who's now up and stretching. Maybe just taking a walk? You can't really tell. He sat back down. 3-1 pitch. Hitters out for Hegeman, and he pops it up to left. Haruda has a beat on it, drifts into the alley and makes the catch. The Stompers get a run on 3 hits, leave runners at the corners, but double up the advantage. Roman Raffelli takes over on play-by-play with the Stompers in front 2-0.
The Stompers carry a 2-0 lead into the top of the fourth. And starting pitcher Brandon Leone, who got into trouble in the first, worked out of it, has now worked himself into the fourth inning. He'll face Malachi Lopez, Brady Ferramisco, and Tyler Haruta. First pitch fouled down the right field line by Lopez, who walked in the first but was left at first base. Tyler Haruta will hit third in this inning after replacing Holguin after his at-bat in the second. 0-1 offering from Leone is in for a strike, now 0-2. Working ahead and throwing strikes, a big key to his game.
Retired 7 out of the last 8.
0-2, chopped over his head to short at Max Handren, who throws in time to get the first out of the inning. Now made the last 3 outs, dating back to last inning.
Yeah, Leone inducing weak contact, just these little choppers back up the middle. Handren, we've seen him range both ways. Very solid out at second base.
Thanks for joining us on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Raffaelli, Kieran Costa here in the 47th game of Sonoma's season. 48th will be tomorrow, and into the postseason we go. Stompers looking to not just be in the playoffs, but get the #1 seed in the North, a chance to just play one game. That's the CCL North title game, and it would be on Wednesday, with the wild card between the 2nd and 3rd seeds being on Tuesday. Leone behind Brady Ferramisco 1-0. Ferramisco struck out to end the first inning. That was with the bases loaded, and second pitch misses high 2-0. Two offering from Leone, well inside, nearly hit Ferramisco. He's in the driver's seat, 3-0.
That 1-0 pitch, I don't know where Eric Gurney thought it missed.
3-0 doesn't find the plate. It's a 4-pitch walk with 1 gone in the 4th. And that's now the 3rd walk issued by Leone.
Left fielder number 5, Tyler Haruta.
It brings up Tyler Haruta out of Simpson University. The 5'10 righty. A .233 average, 10 hits on the year, just 1 for extra bases. It was a double all the way back on July 2nd. Runner on first, that's Ferramisco after a 4-pitch walk from Leone. Now working from the stretch, first pitch misses low and out. Cut on and missed. A healthy hack there from Haruta, but he comes up empty.
Yeah, Leone given a gift. He'd missed with 5 consecutive pitches, and Haruta swung out of his shoes on a pitch that wasn't close.
Leone set, takes a look at first, delivers home. 1-1, and they're going to check back to first, but not in time. A nice back pick from Sepulveda.
Beautiful throw.
Sepulveda, the former Pepperdine backstop, now headed to UC Riverside. 2-1 from Leone, chopped foul down the 3rd base line. And, well, a couple former Pepperdine players for the Stompers headed different directions. Sepulveda to UC Riverside, and star closer Braden Gens headed to Stanford from Pepperdine. A couple of big-name schools on his college resume. Leone set, takes a look and a pause. The 2-2, cut on and miss. Strike 3, down goes Haruta. That's just the 3rd strikeout in 3 2/3 for Leone, but it comes at a good time.
Yeah, Haruta was overmatched that entire at-bat. Went chasing early, and then Leone just went back to the heater and said, here's my best stuff. I know you can't hit it, and that's exactly what happened.
It's the first strikeout since Riker Billingsley in the second, who now stands in from the left.
I'd become a ground ball pitcher after that.
And that's exactly what Leon needs to do. Don't want to force the issue, try to be more than what you are. He's gotten ground balls, let the defense work. That's the recipe for success tonight. Stompers looking to close out the season with a pair of wins. The first would be tonight.
Yeah, Andrew Ballantyne ready in the bullpen, and Leon over his 60-pitch mark. This could be the end of the line.
And the 1-0 in there for strike 1 and 1. That right at the knees. And Leon probably on a one-batter warning here. If Billingsley were to reach, his night might be over. The 1-1 just misses outside. 2-1.
Cam Hegeman would like to ask where that pitch missed.
And we talked about Eric Gurney's zone likely being a little bit bigger than most, but I think maybe just
a little inconsistent, right?
Exactly the word. 2-1 hit right over the head of Brandon Leon. Nearly came at the grill there. It's a 2-out single for Riker Billingsley, who reaches, and now 2 on, 2 out. We'll see a mound visit from Zach Pace.
Now batting, center fielder number 0, Wyatt Lamarza.
So it's been an effective inning. I mean, not the most effective start for Leon, but he's worked in and out of trouble. Got out of the third inning after a lead-off double. And now 2 on, 2 outs here. Zach Pace goes to get the baseball. We'll take a break on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Andrew Ballantyne comes from the bullpen. Andrew Ballantyne comes in relief for Brandon Leon with 2 on and 2 out. This is his second appearance with Sonoma, the first coming against the Crawdads back on July 18th. First pitch misses inside to Wyatt Lamarza.
Yeah, Ballantyne can touch up a little bit around that 88, 90 mile an hour mark, much like Leon. He gave up 1 earned run in those 1.1 innings, 2 hits, but he struck out 3 of the 4 outs that he got. Swing and miss stuff.
Second pitch to Lamarzna is in for a strike, 1 and 1.
That's 90.
So a much different arm here for the Stompers. It's a lefty, more power, probably a lot more fastball in general. And a bit of a different angle as well. 1-1 low, 2-1.
Yeah, Ballantyne coming into a tough situation, though, with 2 on and 2 out. You have to find the zone and find it quickly, especially against the bottom of the order. You don't want to flip it to Vasquez, who has a couple of hits already.
Come set at the belt. Looks like crouch in the knee. The 2-1 hit hard into right field, ranging over is Meaden, and it's going to get down into fair territory. He's going to hustle in the throw, but a run comes across to score. And just like that, the Filipinos are on the board 2-1. Nice swing of the bat there from Wyatt Lamarsna in the 9 spot. Drove a ball to right field, gets down and rolls foul. A long run for Quinn Meaden, and it scores a run, puts runners on second and third with 2 gone for the top of the order.
I think you have to send the runner there in a game like this. You're a team that offense has been hard to come by for your ball club all season long. Make the Stompers execute that relay. Stompers caught a break if Ballantyne can limit the damage.
Omar Vasquez stands in. He's 2 for 2 on the day, a single and a double. Very similar to the Stompers leadoff in Quinn Meaden.
Run charge to Leone.
He's still on the hook for the third base runner. That's Riker Billingsley. Ballantyne set. 1-0 to Vasquez, misses high, 2-0. To Vasquez is hit right at Max Hander. Nice soft floater ends the inning. It's a walk, a single, and a double, scoring a run for the Philippines in the 4th. We'll head to the home half. Stompers lead it 2-1. A move to the bullpen for the Philippines. They get a run in the 4th, and it ends Stefano Gonzalez's night. It matches his season long at 3 innings, and it was 3 that were really defined by a couple of hits from Quinn Meaden. He doubled a lead off the 1st and then scored, and he singled in the 3rd, came around to score after a Xander Silken single. And the new arm is Daniel Neria out of Glendale Community College. First pitch misses high and in to Kyle Olympia. Neria a 17.18 ERA. That's in 14 2/3 pitched, 23 walks and 21 hits. That's a whip of exactly 3. And the 1-0 misses inside, nearly hit Olympia at 2-0. Neria, the righty, working exclusively from the stretch. Comes set a lofty leg kick and misses inside again, 3-0. Now 3-0 to Olympia out of San Francisco State. Throw a pitch in there for a strike. 3-1. To Olympia, misses low, ball 4 on just 5 pitches. So leadoff runner aboard. Stompers going to look to capitalize on the leadoff walk. It'll be Paul Lazul due up, who walked in the second but was left at first base after an Esteban Sepulveda strikeout. So a mound visit here between Tagium and the new pitcher Miria after just one. And not the ideal way to start it here. Miria, obviously some command issues, 23 walks on the season. He's also got an 0-3 record. Hasn't pitched since July 17th.
Yeah, Stompers have to be uber patient here. Get base runners any way that you can.
First pitch to Lazul is high. Three and 2/3, 7 earned runs on 6 hits and 5 walks. 11 of the 20 batters he faced got on base. 1-0, called a strike on the outside corner, 1-1 to Lazul.
Yeah, Gonzalez, 2 runs, both of them earned, 4 hits, a walk, and a strikeout.
And this one hits Paul Lazul on the foot. He'll be aboard. Second free pass of his evening. 2 on, no outs to start the inning.
Yeah, and that's good from Lazul there. Left-handed hitter. You force a immediate visit from the pitching coach. But Lazul won for his last 14, struggling a little bit to find those gaps, still high on the team in those extra base hit categories, but get on, get your confidence back a little bit. They're going to need that power stick come the playoffs.
The walk in the second was his 22nd walk, now hit by a pitch. Just a guy who knows how to get on base as well, and it's the same issue here for Daniel Neria, just can't find the zone.
Yeah, Stompers got that run in the bottom of the third. They give it right back in the top of the fourth. You need a crooked number here. A 1-run lead is not enough from the scores we've seen on the out-of-town board. Walnut Creek's already won. They take first place if you lose this game. Slow, not giving an inch. They're up 7-0 on Conejo. That's a very good team they're beating down at Sinsheimer Park. Stompers need to win this game and win it handily. Burn as many Philippines arms as you can, and then you play them again in less than 24 hours, noon or 1 o'clock game tomorrow. You have to win out here, is what the out-of-town scoreboard's telling you.
Sepulveda shows bunt as Neria comes set. He pulls it back, ball 1 high. Sepulveda. He shows bunt once again, pulls it back, pitch high again, 2-0.
I love this bunt from Sepulveda here, and And this is Zach Pace really making adjustments. We write on our card our questions for him, and every single day this season, it's been what happens to the offense in the middle innings. You score early and you can't keep that up. They're sticking to their game plan here, and it's bound to produce runs.
2-0, bunt pulled back again. The pitch misses low. 3-0, an overcorrection from Neria puts Sepulveda in the driver's seat. 3-0. You almost wonder, it might show bunt here, continue to get in the way of Neria, or just try to work a walk.
In the California Tigers game, we saw a 3-0 bunt. I don't like that very much.
He squares the pitch above his head. It's a 4-pitch walk to Sepulveda, who is willing to give himself up. That one really hurts for Daniel Neria, and the stats don't lie. He struggles to throw strikes.
Jacob Badillo just ran down to the bullpen for the Philippines, and just 2 of the pitches have been in the zone so far. That's 2 out of 11. Bases loaded, nobody out. And now if you're Sonoma, I think the minimum is these 3 runs this inning.
Yeah, you need to add on here, and you need to add on in heaps and loads if you're Sonoma. Don't want this one to get away from you, but especially just want to play confident, successful baseball into the CCL North playoffs.
Yeah, take a walk. Get him in any way you can.
Who better than Trent Keys digging in 20 walks and 18 hit by pitches on the season.
Yeah, and anything here, either of those things would be good for his 9th run batted in, but a big thing here is you have to be heads up if you're Kyle Olympia at third base. If the command's been so erratic, one could get behind Dylan Tagium. You have to take that run.
1-0 to Keys, outside and high, 2-0. Neria frustrated on the mound.
That's 2 out of 14 in the zone. Ugly start for Neria.
Neria set up the belt. 2-0, hit high and hard, but very far. Foul down the right field line by Trent Keys.
I love that swing from Trent Keys. 2-0 pitch. You can see on the mound, he's trying to throw it down the middle. Keys got one inner half hot zone, and he yanked it. We talk about those 3 of those 2-0 swings with Kenny Meimersdorf early in the year. He said it's either over the wall or it's 40 feet foul because you yanked it. That's exactly what Trent did there. Aggressive hack.
2-1 to Keys. Another big hack, but he comes up empty. Now 2-2.
Yeah, and you say maybe you're letting a guy off the hook who's struggling with his command. Yeah, you want to walk in a run and make it a 3-1 game, but if Trent times that pitch just 1 second better, it's a grand slam. I think you take the big runs.
Trent will discard the hand guard here. And we'll resume play 2-2. Neria looking for the first out of his outing from the bullpen here. It's 2-2 with Trent Keys. Bases full of Stompers. The pitch cut on and missed. Down goes Keys. First strikeout from Neria. Just his 8th in now 15 innings pitched.
Now you can't let him off the hook. Big spot for Meaden and then Handren.
And who better than Quinn Meaden? A double in first, a single in the third. He's scored both Stomper runs, and in a very limited time with Sonoma, he has 5 hits, just 1 RBI. Would love to double, triple, quadruple that number in this at-bat. Digs it from the right. First pitch from the righty area, and that's a fantastic pick from Tagium behind the plate.
Backhand, almost a dive. He didn't have time to fully shift his whole body weight over. He just lunged into the far batter's box and picked it on the backhand. Saved a run. Second time he's done that with a runner at third.
Kyle Olympia off third base, Paul Azul off second, and Esteban Sepulveda off first base. Those all free passes, a pair of walks, and a hit by pitch. The 1-0 to Quinn Meaden is just off the outside corner, but for a strike. Now 1-1. Miria set. The 1-1 hit. A high chopper to second base. Fielded to second for one. On to first. Not a double play. Kicks past the first baseman. They'll field it quickly, throw to second. And now it's into left field. Philippines throw it around the yard. A pair of runs score for the Stompers. And they're quickly back up on the board. It's now 4-1. So it goes as a 4-6 fielder's choice that puts out Esteban Sepulveda at second base, and followed by an E6 on Fagfusintu, the throw errant to first base. Now Quinn Meaden stands on second base, Max Handren at the plate with 2 gone.
That's a crooked number. I'll take it.
First pitch to Handren just misses outside.
That one even a little too far outside for Gurney to call it a strike. He's been very generous with that outside edge.
Miria set. The 1-0 to Handren is high and out, 2-0.
Yeah, Stompers have done a nice job. They've scored in 3 out of the 4 innings. That's something that's been an issue all season. It's not just going stagnant in the middle innings. It's consecutive zeros there between really the 3rd inning and the 8th inning. They've done a nice job to keep on tacking on.
2 to Handren, in there for a strike, 2-1 the count. And a low fastball there, a nice pitch from Neria, but a very hittable pitch if you're Max Handren. Drive it to left field. Neria set, 2-1. Quinn Meaden leads off second base. Takes a couple looks back. Now lifts the leg, deals to Handren, who hits it softly fouled on the left field line.
There's something in the scouting report that the Philippines have, or what they saw in the first few at-bats, which is making the center fielder, Marsna, shade way to the pull side, and the right fielder, Billingsley, go to the pull side. But the left fielder, Haruta, doesn't change his position, and Max Handren's not a guy that pulls the baseball. A very even spray chart to the opposite field.
2-2 the count. Handren at the plate. 0 for 2 on the day. Pitch from Neria inside, filler up 3-2. And hits or not, it's always a good at-bat from Max Handren. Very rarely does he not see 4, 5, 6 pitches. And he also spoils some pitches, always gets the barrel on the ball, it feels like.
Here hasn't looked at second base. Meaden could really extend this lead.
3-2 to Handren, hit hard into right field. It dunks in front of Billingsley. Meaden waved around by Dave Hoke, no throw to the plate. Max Handren, RBI single with 2 outs. It extends the Stomper lead 5-1.
Yeah, and what did we say, Roman? We said when it was bases loaded, nobody out, you needed 3 runs. They didn't do it in the way you might expect, but they do it either way.
Extends the inning. Stompers continuing to send bats to the plate, taking quality ABs, and it brings up Nick Sebastiani, who reached on an error in the first and singled in the third, was left at third base. First pitch from Neria skips into Sebastiani.
Yeah, another multi-RBI game for Handren. Another hit would be his 10th multi-hit game. He's now up to 26 runs driven in.
Neria set, takes a look. 1-0 to Sebastiani inside, 2-0. And for a couple of batters there, it looked like Neria was slowly starting to settle in and find the zone consistently. He struck out Trent Keys, but now just kind of lost the zone again.
He induced what could have been a double play ball on Quinn Meaden and a tough throw from his shortstop.
And the 2-0 hits Nick Sebastiani in the helmet. Seems all right. It's the second or third time he's been hitting the helmet this season. You wear it for a reason, but that's just a scary play you never want to see.
Yeah, especially he's just back off the injured list. He's talking to Ali Slinson and Zach Pace over at first base. He seems to be okay. The 11th time he's been hit this year. On base 3 times, though.
Finding ways to be productive in his return weekend to the Stomper lineup. It'll bring up Xander Silkin, who's got a hit in 3 of 4 ball games. A single back in the third, an RBI single there. And that one with 2 outs. Looking for another one here. An extensive chat with Ali Slinson and Nick Sebastiani at first base.
Now this is like their semblance of a abbreviated concussion protocol for Sebastiani over at first base. That's an 84-mile-per-hour fastball that came up and hit him in the helmet.
So he'll stay in the game. Zach Pace and Ali Slinson off. Now Xander Silkin in the box. Ground ball, 4-3 double play in the first. And that ball was hit hard. Obviously the single in the third, a good piece of contact. So dig in with 2 on and 2 outs. First offering from Neria, well high, but a nice snag from Tagian.
There's been a righty up since the bases were loaded with nobody out. I wonder how long Neria's leash is. He's done 30 pitches and he's recorded just 2 outs.
That's number 57, Ronan Nuki. Pitch low to Silkin. Now another 2-0 count. Feels like nearly every bat of this inning is in the driver's seat by 2 pitches. Handren leads off second. He's singled. Sebastiani off first. He was hit by a pitch just a moment ago. Stompers lead it 5-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. 2-0 skips in to Silkin 3-0.
Yeah, Hageman in the on-deck circle, we talked about 7 hits over his last 3 games. 0 for 2 today. Could be coming up with the bases loaded.
Be the second instance, well, the third instance in this ball game, or in this inning, excuse me. 3-0 to Xander Silkin isn't close. It skips in through the left-handed batter's box and loads him up.
Yeah, and this is a 2-out rally. Handren got the hit and then a hit by pitch and a walk.
It prompts a mound visit and a pitching change here. Daniel Neria can't throw the 4th inning in its entirety. He'll head to the bench and we'll get a new arm from the Philippines bullpen after this break. The new arm is Ronan Neria. He'll face Cam Hegeman with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the 4th. Cam Hegeman, the lone Stomper not to face Daniel Neria here in the 4th. He went 2/3, just 1 hit, but he gave up 5 free passes. First pitch from Nuki is inside to Hegeman. Nuki faced the Stompers when these two teams met back on June 19th. He threw a scoreless inning with a strikeout.
Comes into a bit of a tougher situation here where the base is full.
1-0 to Hegeman. Hook falls in on the inner third, 1-1.
Gurney giving it off both corners now.
Nuki, the righty from Fontana, 6'1" junior, 175 pounds, still in the portal. 1-1 swing from Hegeman is hit softly into right field. And it dunks in fair territory. Max Hansler come across to score, as does Nick Sebastiani. Cam Hegeman aboard with a 2-out single, scores a pair of Stompers. They've blown it wide open, 7-1.
That's exactly what Sonoma needed to do this inning. That's a 2 RBI single for Cam. We talk about it, keeps on hitting. 4-game hit streak now for Hegeman, but more importantly, those are 2 crucial RBIs.
Xander Silken moves to third base on the single. It brings up Kyle Olympia, now his second at-bat of the inning. He walked and scored to lead it off.
Every run has scored with 2 outs.
Great rally here from Sonoma, something they're going to need to continue as the season heads to the post. First pitch misses high and into Kyle Olympia.
And this inning could have been over if Vagmundsen had a strike to the first baseman on the double play.
1-0 to Olympia, misses high, 2-0. And it's a bit of a funky arm angle from Ronan Nuki. It comes out far back in the motion. Almost looks like it's coming out from behind his head, really. 2-0, high and in again to Olympia, 3-0. Nearly every pitch he saw against Neria was also high and in. Nothing but the same here to Kyle from Nuki. (3-0), inside called strike, 3-1.
Only one of the 5 runs allowed was earned.
The inning still very much underway. 3-1, hit softly into foul territory down the first baseline, but just out of play, out of the reach of Ben Lee.
Hello, kids out in center field, please do not climb the green structure. Thank you.
Full count to Kyle Olympia. Thanks for joining us on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Raffelli, Kieran Costa here from the Sonoma Tribune press box at Arnold Field. Payoff pitch to Olympia, hits him. He'll take a base, extend the inning. Bases loaded once again. Olympia's second free pass of the 4th.
Now batting, first baseman number 45.
Third Stomper hit by a pitch this inning.
Lazul.
Those from Daniel Neria and Ronan Nuki both. It brings up Paul Lazul, who was hit his first time up. Right on left to Lazul. First pitch misses off the inner third, 1-0.
Yeah, Lazul hit on a 2-1 pitch earlier this frame. If he does that again, you're in a great spot. You get another run home. I mean, 6 runs, a whole lot of cushion, but this could be an inning where you go up double digits.
Nuki gets the sign and comes set just above the belt. The 1-0 to Lazul, chopped foul towards the first base dugout.
Johnny Red Meat, okay? Do it. Do it.
Bases full of Stompers, 1-1 here with 2 outs. Stompers lead at 7-1. The pitch from Nuki drops in. Nice hook there to get ahead 1-2.
That's a nice pitch. Big hook. Looked like it was going to be way high and dropped in and did catch the top of the zone. It's a tough one to call for an umpire, but Gurney made the right decision.
1-2, bases loaded, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch high, went back to the hook, but couldn't quite get it to drop. 2-2.
Tried to do the exact same thing, but slipped out of his hands.
It's 2-2, 2 outs here in the 4th. Paul Azul at the plate from the left side. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Gurney rings him up, and it ends the inning. 11 Stompers take the batter's box. 5 of them score. It's 7-1 after 4 here in Sonoma. An incredibly long layoff for Andrew Ballantyne, who takes the bump again for Sonoma, looking for a cleaner inning than the last.
Now batting, first baseman number 88, Ben Lee.
Ballantyne begins his first full inning of work with a foul ball to Ben Lee, who's 0 for 2 on the day. A pair of ground balls, 1 to second and 1 to third. Oh, 1 fouled back again. 0-2, eerily similar there.
Yeah, now if you're Sonoma pitching, I feel like the one thing that Zach Pace is going to look for, you want 0 free passes from here on out. You're pitching with a 6-run lead. It's already the 5th inning. You're in the driver's seat. You have to go and close out this ball game in a pretty quick fashion.
Now 1-2 to Ben Lee. Misses the zone again, 2-2. Left on right, Ballantyne gets the sign, winds, delivers well high and out, filler up 3-2. Payoff pitch to Ben Lee. Fouled off again over the first base dugout. Three-two from Ballantyne. Hit right back to him. He'll field it on a couple of hops. Jog over to first, toss to Lazul. 1 gone in the 5th.
All right, kids, if you want to race a stomper, head over to the
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we get Ballantyne more than just the end of this inning. Give him 1.1 again. Already up at 15 pitches. Maybe you get out of here at 25. You can see how many outs into the sixth he can get, but you're working with a pretty safe cushion. You have Luke Duncan for an inning. Then you can get into a situation where Pelja's fresh tomorrow. You don't really think you're going to start Haroon tomorrow. You have Devin for a little bit. You know he's going to throw. Then Gentz would definitely throw Sunday, and then you're really in a spot where you have your best arms going to win the regular season CCL North crown.
And first pitch misses to JJ Fagfumson to walk and a ground ball to start his ball game. 1-0 misses low. They'll check to Dean Poteet at first base. He did not come around. 2-0.
Yeah, I'd like this game to round out maybe Ballantyne for the fifth, and then Marquez and Klosterman can get you the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. Those combined can get you three, and then Luke Duncan, you have him. You can go to him really any inning you want.
Count now 2-1 to Fagfumson. And if you're Zach Pace and Mike Nunez, you have all kinds of options here. It's about preserving the star arms into what could be leverage innings Tuesday and Wednesday.
Well, what I'd like to see is those arms tomorrow, and then you don't have to worry about Tuesday at all.
Exactly. You get a couple days off. Everybody's fresh for Wednesday. 3-1. Pitch is just high.
Well, my no walks in the last 4+ innings. That was a stretch to even ask of this pitching staff.
So it's the first walk issued by Andrew Ballantyne, the fourth by Sonoma pitching. Puts a runner on with one gone here for Dylan Tagiam, who's grounded into a 6-5 fielder's choice and a 4-3 put out. First pitch fouled back, but it hits Eric Gurney in the mask. And throws the ball back to Andrew Ballantyne and gives a little flex. I guess he's all right. Play will resume. Ballantyne set. Takes a look. The 0-1 hit softly in the air to Max Hendren just over his head. It dunks into right field. A 1-out single with a runner on puts first and second 1 out for Malachi Lopez.
Yeah, I think Hendren had Fagfumson deked on that play. It made it look like he didn't even have a shot at it. There was an opportunity for him to catch that ball and then turn, and he had the double play, but now you need Ballantyne to induce a ground ball.
And that bloop single, a nice little poke from Dylan Tagiam. Puts Ballantyne in another jam. He entered the ball game with 2 on and 2 outs from Brandon Leone back in the 4th. First pitch misses but gets by Sepulveda, now second and third, 1 out. The Stompers not the ideal start to the top of the 5th.
Yeah, Ballantyne not as sharp as we saw him in the East Bay last week. And came in, yeah, you bring him into a tough spot, 2 on, 2 out. He gives up the double before inducing the soft line drive from the leadoff hitter. Then gets the first out of this inning quickly, but walks single wild pitch.
This ball's hit on a line to Kyle Olympia, who fields it on the fly and walks it over to Max Hendren for a 6 unassisted, or 6-4 double play there. And it gets Ballantyne out of the jam just like that. We'll head to the bottom half of the 5th. The Stompers lead it 7-1. Bottom of the 5th here in Sonoma. Stompers lead it 7-1. First pitch to Sepulveda misses low.
Final line on Daniel Neria. 2/3 of an inning. He gave up just 1 hit, but 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 3 walks, 2 hit by pitches. He struck out Trent Keys.
Second pitch to Sepulveda misses inside from Ronan Nuki.
How many runs of cushion do you need before you empty the bench if you're Zach Pace is my question.
I think more than 6 here. You never know what could happen with a scrappy Philippines team that's put together a couple of wins in recent weeks.
Yeah,
Sepulveda a big hack there, 2-1. Two-one in on the hands, 3-1.
Nick Sebastiani's sort of an exception. I know he got hit in the helmet, but he needs to get as many live game at-bats as he can. I'd like to see Anthony Shepler come into this game at third base, move Silk into second. Max Hendren's 24 years old, and he's got to be hurting.
3-1, cut on and missed by Sepulveda to fill up 3-2.
I mean, I'm 20, I don't play baseball, and my knees are hurting.
Safe to say we won't see Kieran Costa on the field today, tomorrow, or next week. 3-2 from Nuki, misses outside ball 4.
I think it's too many stairs to get up to the press box.
Just got to go check out Park Point Health Clubs. Get the knees whipped back into shape, a proud partner of the Sonoma Stompers.
I know, we said we're going to hit legs together all summer. I say we do it if the Stompers get first place.
Ah. Let the team pick the workout?
Exactly.
See.
No, I think that's okay.
Too much to handle. Keys digs in, first pitch misses outside, 1-0.
I think Connor Pulowski's leg routine is probably 145 pounds heavier than I'll ever be able to lift.
Sepulveda leads off first, 1-0. Nuki comes set, takes a look. Sepulveda, an aggressive secondary, no steal. Pitch misses outside to Keys, 2-0.
We've seen Sepulveda be sort of uber aggressive on the path when he reaches first base. I'd love to see where his numbers grade out to.
2-0 swing. Sepulveda takes off the throw. Not in time to get him. Slides in behind the tag of Fumsint, and it's 2-1 to Trent Keys.
Sepulveda now 3 for 4. We have seen him get thrown out. That was at third base in the late innings of a ball game earlier this season.
2-1 to Keys, outside, called a strike, 2-2. Sepulveda led off the inning with a walk. He now stands on second base after a stolen base, 2-2 to Trent Keys. Skips in past the catcher, Tagium, and Sepulveda now just 90 feet away.
And I think Zach would like some more insurance. Make this 11-1 and let Anthony Shepler and Ben Sebastiani get a couple at-bats. Knock on wood, you're setting yourself up for what would be just 2 games in the next 5 days. But still, you want to get those guys at-bats as you close out the home slate.
3-2 to Keys, hit hard at the shortstop, Fagfumsen, and it kicks up the heel of his glove into center field. An hard hit ball from Trent Keys there. Not sure the ruling as of right now, but Sepulveda comes in to score a run in just 2 batters here in the 5th for Sonoma. And it rolls the order over to the top. Quinn Meaden digs in. He's been aboard his last 8 plate appearances. First pitch here, misses high.
I think what happens there is E6, but an RBI for Trent, because the run scores no matter what happens on that play. I get it. I understand that's a hard hit baseball, but it was directly at Fagfumsen.
Yeah, he got a glove on it. He just couldn't squeeze it. 1-0 to Meaden, gets away from Tagium, but the pitch misses low and Trent Keys stays at first base, 2-0. So the E6 RBI for Keys, that is his 9th of the year.
Now, all that means is that the error is charged on Keys getting from home to first, not the runner going from third to home.
2-0 to Meaden, well inside, 3-0. And Philippines pitching just can't find the strike zone much at all. Been an awful lot of free passes given to Sonoma, and that's not a team you want to give them to. 3-0 inside 4-pitch walk to Meaden at the top of the order. He's aboard for the 9th consecutive plate appearance. Second walk allowed by Nuki.
Julie, I have your daughter Lila up here at the booth. Julie, looking for Julie.
Mound visit here from Tagium. Checking on Ronan Nuki here in the 5th. Stompers lead it by 7 runs. And who better at the plate than Max Handren for Sonoma?
Now batting, second baseman number 24, Max Handren.
First pitch to Handren, fouled back. Handren, a couple of ground balls, a couple of RBI, a single in the 4th. Oh, 0-1 to Handren. Crushed into shallow right field. It's down in front of Billingsley. He's going to throw it into home, but cut off before it could get to Trent Keys at the plate. RBI single for Max Handren, second in as many innings, first and third for Sonoma, continuing to add run support.
Yeah, so that turns into a multi-hit game for Handren. It's the 10th multi-hit game. This is just his 19th appearance for Sonoma. 3 RBIs today. And you don't want to sort of overstate what one player can do to a baseball team's lineup. And I understand that, yes, there's 9 guys in the lineup, but it changes the complexion of the whole roster up and down when there's so much pressure to throw Quinn Meaden pitches in the zone. Because, I mean, Handren's hitting .430. The odds tell you he's going to get 2 hits every single game.
He leads off first. It's 0-1 to Nick Sebastiani, who cranks one deep to left on a line, but into the glove of Tyler Haruda. It'll go as a sac fly for Nick Sebastiani. That ball smoked to the wall.
99 miles per hour off the bat of Sebastiani. That's the hardest baseball of today's game, and it gets him an RBI. Second sac fly in as many games for Sebastiani coming off the injured list. You have to like that if you're Zach Pace.
1 out in the 5th. Xander Silken digs in. Max Handren off first base, and Nick Sebastiani just on top of that one. Otherwise, this is an entirely different situation.
It would have been his 5th home run.
First pitch from Nuki slips out of the hand. Handren will advance first to second on the wild pitch.
And this is exactly how you dreamed it up, and no baseball game is easy to win, and I think Zach Pace and his staff learned that on Wednesday when they went in puffing out their chest against the 3rd starter of the Seagulls, and you blow a 4-0 lead. That turns into a 7-4 loss. They've come out sharp. They shut out the Seagulls yesterday 5-0, got their revenge, and I mean, yeah, baseball's not an easy game to win, but this team is 4-17. They've done their job and taken care of business.
Yeah, another pitch to the netting behind home plate moves Handren to third base. Back-to-back wild pitches from Ronan Nuki.
And Ronan Nuki might be sort of like a bit of a hung out to dry situation here. They need to get outs. They have season finale tomorrow.
2-0 gets in there against Xander Silkin, 2-1 the count. And for Sonoma, this is slowly working out into a very ideal situation. You play a lot of tough games early and through the middle stretches, but you finish the season with a struggling Philippines team now 2-2 to Silkin, and a struggling Seagulls team, a smooth road through the back stretch, and it sets up for what could be just one game to head to the CCL Championship Series.
Stompers can't waste all the runs today. You need to save a few more for tomorrow.
2-2 whiffed at, and down goes Silkin on a strikeout there. It's the second for Ronan Nuki, and they'll bring up Cam Hageman with 2 gone.
Yeah, Hageman was the first player that Nuki faced out of a bullpen. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and Cam picked up his 8th hit this week, and a hard hit baseball too. Picked up a couple ribbies.
First pitch is a hook in the zone, 0-1. And with the Stompers, an opportunity to clinch at least a top 2 seed on a win tonight. Owen Hageman hits him in the knee. Another hit by pitch for Sonoma. Gonna bring up Kyle Olympia. With the 2 seed, all but locked up here, if results hold, you couldn't be happier if you're anyone in the Sonoma franchise, from Zach Pace to even first-year GM Chase Anderson. Huge start to his stint as the GM of the Stompers. Hageman leads off first, Max Hendren at third. Kyle Olympia at the plate. First pitch watched across the zone for a strike. Owen 1 popped up, foul down the right field line. No play for Ben Lee from first base. (10-1) Stompers here in the bottom of the 5th. (0-2) to Olympia, just outside. (2-1), hit hard into deep left field, but right at Tyler Haruda, who makes the catch and ends the inning. Another messy one, but in favor of Sonoma. They score 3, tack on more insurance. They lead it by 9, headed to the 6th. top of the 6th. Stompers lead it by 9.
Second baseman number 55, Brady.
And Brady Ferramisco digs in. 1-0. He doesn't check the swing. It's called a strike either way.
Ballantyne out now for his second full inning of work. He's gotten 4 outs, and, well, he hasn't been great. So he's given up 2 hits, a wild pitch.
2-1 inside. 1-1 inside. 2-1.
And he only got out of that inning. It was first and second, 1 out. A hard line drive into the glove of Olympia. He had him doubled off.
2-1 high and in. 3-1.
Just have to throw strikes.
3-1 from Ballantyne, misses low. It's a 5-pitch walk to lead off the inning, not the ideal start. And second walk issued by Ballantyne.
Left fielder number 5, Tyler Arada.
First pitch misses low to Tyler Haruda, who struck out in his only at-bat so far. That was in the 4th inning. Excuse me, it's called a strike. 0-1. Ballantyne ahead here. That one skips into Sepulveda. Safe to say it's a ball. 1-1 the count. One from Ballantyne, high and in. 2-1. Thanks for joining us on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Raffelli, Kieran Costa here from Arnold Field. 2-1 from Ballantyne, fouled hard down the right field line, out of play. 2-2. Ballantyne, the lefty, in his second full inning of work. He's gotten 4 outs, but a runner on first. That was a leadoff walk. They're going to back pick him. Sepulveda's throw, not in time. A very nice throw from behind the dish. So filler up 3-2 to Tyler Haruda. Excuse me, not Tyler Haruda. Yes, Tyler Haruda. He walks, ball 4.
Now batting, third baseman number 7, Malachi Lowe.
Pair of walks to lead off the inning, not the start Andrew Ballantyne was looking for here in the 6th. And it'll prompt a Mike Nunez mound visit.
Now batting right fielder number 77, Riker Billingsley.
I think it's Jackson Rowland up and throwing in the bullpen for Sonoma. He's a guy that actually, if we go back to the game on June the 19th, he threw 6 shutout innings against the Philippines in a starting role.
Yeah, Rowland been a good piece for Zach Pace and the Stompers all season long.
Yeah, 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts. There's a situation where he could eat the innings and then just give Luke Duncan his 1.
So Riker Billingsley takes the box. First pitch to him, misses high, 1-0. Billingsley, a strikeout and a single. He was the hit that chased Brandon Leone from the ballgame. Sends this one into shallow left field in front of Trent Keys. It lands just about a foot past the dirt through the left side, and it loads the bases with no outs.
Yeah, Ballantyne struggling here in the 6th inning. You go walk, and that's not a very hard hit baseball, but he just loops that one into shallow left, dunks down for a hit. I think this could be the last batter for Ballantyne, although he did work his way out of a jam that looked dire in the 5th inning, too, on that line drive double play.
Yeah, so bases loaded for the Philippines here in the top of the 6th. No outs. Ballantyne's first pitch to Wyatt Lamar's is cut on and missed.
Maybe stick with that challenge fastball.
Lamar's not on time. A big swing there. Was trying to pull the Philippines to within 5. Ballantyne steps off. I believe he sneezed there. A very quick reaction. Stepped off just in time, not a balk.
Yeah, lucky that didn't turn into a balk.
0-1 gets away from Sepulveda, but down the third base line. A nice block, good effort, and a hustle there to keep the runner at third base.
See the clip from the other day where there was a crash of thunder and it shook the pitcher into a balk with a runner at third base in the minor leagues?
That's terrible.
One of the funnier clips you'll watch out of the minor league season this year.
That's just terrible. 1-1, hit just behind second base. Handren fields and tosses to Olympia. The second inning, a line drive has turned into a double play between those two. And just like that, Andrew Ballantyne, a ground ball away from getting out of a bases-loaded jam.
Andrew Ballantyne is a magician.
Or he's just got some really athletic and heads-up middle infielders there. That goes L4-4-6 double play.
That's an odd read from Haruda. It was sort of caught flat-footed. You should be going back to the base. You're going to get to third either way if it dunks down.
Just kind of extended his secondary too much, and I guess just assumed that Handren was playing at a further towards first base depth than he was. First pitch misses the zone to Nomar Vasquez, top of the order. 2 for 3 on the day. A line out, a single, and a double. This one misses inside, 2-0.
You think Ballantyne reloads the bases with a walk? They allow him to face Ben Lee? It's all righties. That's not a discussion.
Ballantyne set, takes a look at first base. The 2-0 tipped into the glove of Sepulveda, 2-1.
That's the challenge fastball again from Ballantyne, and it continues to work.
Set at the belt, 2-1. He's going to check back to first, and they've got the runner hung up. Lazul tosses to Handren at second, and now they make the out, but the run does not score, so a bad bit of base running ends the 6th.
Interference was called at first base by Lazula. I think Dean Poteet called interference on first base, which makes it a dead ball. That runner moves up to second base, but the runner has to go back. Interference is a dead ball. Is it not?
So
The run score. They didn't put him back at third base. Maybe I'm incorrect, but is that not a dead ball?
I'm not really quite sure what's being ruled here. It's the runner on second. I suppose the run scores. The pitch misses inside to Vasquez.
But you can't give him second base and give him the run, can you?
It doesn't seem accurate. I mean, it's not a balk. So
No, it's interference on the first baseman.
yeah, it should move the runner to second, and the runner stays at third. I don't know what'll happen there. Pitch called a strike low in the zone to Nomar Vasquez. It's a full count.
Not exactly a banner day from Eric Gurney.
It's a payoff pitch to Nomar Vasquez. We'll get a confirmation on what the score should be and what's going on when we come back for the bottom of the 6th. 3-2 from Ballantyne, misses high, ball 4. And in theory, the bases are loaded here. I don't know how there can't be a run on the, or I guess the run is on the board.
I think you're just giving him another base on the interference. I didn't know if that was umpire's discretion, but I'm not an umpire.
Vasquez walks. We'll take a quick break here for the pitching change as Zach Pace goes and gets Andrew Ballantyne. So it's Jackson Rowland out of the bullpen, and after a brief conversation with Eric Gurney, it was called a balk by Dean Poteet, although I'm just confused as to why they waited so long to call it a balk.
Well, it looked from here like Gurney waved off the run at the plate. That was sort of what I saw from him. I think there was a little bit of confusion between the umpire and crew.
So runners on first and second. It's 10-2 in favor of Sonoma. That second run being Brady Faramisco. He scored both Philippine runs. It was a walk in the fourth and then a walk in the sixth that sent him home. One-0 from Rowland is fouled back.
Yeah, Rowland, the right-handed pitcher from Modesto. Modesto JC guy, 3-0 record, and now his sixth appearance with a 2.76 earned run average. He made one start, and it was 6 shutout innings against this Philippines national team back on June the 19th.
Looking for that similar type of dominance here. 1-1 misses high.
Now that we got confirmation that that's a balk, that's the second balk in as many outings. A balk in the first 2 for Ballantyne, the lefty from Folsom Lake.
Rowland set, behind in the count 2-1. It misses in 3-1.
It's a never-ending middle innings here.
I'll check back to second, no throw. 3-1 to Ben Lee, who's 0 for 3 on the day, 3 ground balls. Chops this one just foul past third base. Full count to Bentley. 3-2 pitch. Inside ball 4.
It's the 4th walk of the inning by Sonoma pitching.
And it's the 8th of the ball game. Not the recipe for success here. Fortunately for Sonoma, they've gotten ahead early and they've continued to tack on. They've scored in 4 of 5 innings. I'm going to bring up J.J. Fagfumsens, a pair of walks and a ground ball. Rolling now from the line. First pitch hit right back to him off his glove. Handren will field it, throw quickly to first, just in time to get the final out of the inning. A run scores on a balk. A couple of walks by Sonoma pitching will head to the bottom of the 6th here at Arnold Field. Paul Azul leads off the bottom of the 6th. 10-2. The new arm is Dylan Adams. A 5'10 righty, 170 pounds from L.A. Pierce College. Behind Paul Azul 1-0, and he drives this one to left. It lands in front of Tyler Haruda, a leadoff single for Paul.
Nice for Paul. He broke out of a little 1 for 15 there. Picks up a knock.
Yeah, been aboard 3 times tonight.
Yeah.
Puts a runner on for Esteban Sepulveda.
Yeah, tough day for Ronan Noki out of the bullpen. 1.1 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 hit by pitches, and 2 earned runs. 3 total. He also struck out 2.
Gives away to Dylan Adams. Now Esteban Sepulveda digs in. It's right on right. First pitch misses high. One and to Sepulveda. Skips in, gets away from the catcher. Lazul will advance to second. Runner in scoring position, no outs here in the 6th. The Stompers trying to get back the run they gave up in the top half. That was on an Andrew Ballantyne balk. The 2-0 low, 3-0.
One thing I'm a little worried about, Roman, is the Stompers are going to play the back 5 innings of this game with a very healthy lead. You need to come out tomorrow playing like you're down 2-0 in that first inning. You're playing to go host the CCL North title. That would mean so much to this town and this real organization, top to bottom. And you can get a little lackadaisical in a 10-2 game. That can't happen tomorrow.
3-0 lands for a strike. One to Sepulveda, fouled back. Filler up 3-2. Nice battle back from Dylan Adams. Couple of curveballs. Get him back in the strike column.
1 means fast, 2 curve, 3 slide, 4 knuckle, 5 sinker, 6 change, 7 screwball, and 8 pitches through. Alright?
The mound visit now between Tagium and Adams.
I think Dylan Adams is just going to pitch out the rest of this ball game. Save an arm for tomorrow.
Yeah, tough situation for both these teams. Really, the Stompers not expecting much from the Philippines. The Philippines just trying to go get reps, but it's tough when you're down 8 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Payoff pitch to Sepulveda, misses high, ball 4.
3-walk day for Sepulveda. Continues to bump that on-base person. And they've been well-earned walks, too.
He had 2 less walks than strikeouts entering this one, and he's now tied at 15 each. And we'll have a mound visit with the pitching coach as well as Tagium and Adams.
Stompers have 9 more outs to get. Luke Duncan's going to get 3 of them. I wouldn't be surprised if Jackson Rowland gets the other 6. Another idea is, Klosterman trying to get his head right after a tough go against the California Tigers. That could be more of a mental inning for Klosterman to try and toss up a 0. He's been so good in the low leverage spots, struggled trying to close out the game on Thursday.
That was an exciting one. Trent Keys, who now digs in, hit a walk-off single. That scored Anthony Shepler, who made a barehanded throw to first in the top of the 10th. How about that from the newest San Jose State Spartan? First pitch in the dirt to Keys, 1-0. One to Trent Keys, 2 on, no outs. It's Paul Azul on second, Esteban Sepulveda on first. Keys swings and misses 1-1. One to Keys in the dirt, 2-1.
It's back-to-back spiked fastballs from Adams. It doesn't matter which name Will Pickett's calls out of the bullpen. They've struggled with their command.
Meanwhile, the Stompers a commanding lead, 8 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Thanks for joining us on the Stompers Broadcast Network. Two and one, hit hard on the right field line, but slicing foul off the bat of Trent Keys, 2-2 the count.
Keys went down and got that one, has that big, powerful lefty swing, especially those pitches low in the zone. He caught up to the fastball, but pulled it well foul.
2-2 the count. Trent Keys digs in. Adams set on the bump. 2-2 to Keys. Popped up towards third base. Lopez gets a beat and makes the catch just inside the foul line. One gone in the sixth.
Now batting right fielder number 3, Quinn Meaden.
And it rolls the order over to the top. And Quinn Meaden, who's been aboard 4 times today and 5 times yesterday.
9 consecutive plate appearances. Meaden's found himself on base.
So he digs in. He walked last inning. Fielder's choice in the 4th, a single in the 3rd. 4th consecutive inning with an at-bat. First pitch nearly hits him on the inner edge. One to 0, runner goes, both runners go, no throw from tag game behind the plate.
Fourth swipe for Paulie Lazul. That's nicely done. So he gets one, and Sepulveda gets one as well. That's Sepulveda's second steal of the ball game. Sonoma set up nicely. Second and third trying to tack on even more.
The 1-1 to Meaden hit right back up the middle. A single into center field, and 2 come across to score. Stompers extend it. It's 12-2. Quinn Meaden continues to put the bat on the ball and find a way on base. Double-digit consecutive times aboard for Quinn Meaden. And Max Hendren will dig back in, his 5th at-bat.
Interesting to see Hendren take a 5th at-bat.
Meaden leads off first. Hendren digs in from the left side. First pitch from Adams catches the corner, strike 1.
Max Hendren.
A 1 to Hendren, hit high and deep to right. Hope you got a good look. You won't get another. Max Hendren extends the Stomper lead 14-2 here in the bottom of the 6th.
382 feet off the bat of Hendren. Second consecutive day with a homer for Max. All 5 of his home runs, or 4 of his home runs, have gone to the exact same place.
And that ball decimated to right field there. A no-doubter, and now you really do wonder when the bench will be dug into here from Zach Pace. I mean, a 2-run shot from one of your star players, 417 entering today. He's got 3 hits. At some point, you got to go to the bench. Nick Sebastiani digs in from the right, fouls off the first pitch he sees. Oh, 1 to Sebastiani, cut on and missed. Nice fastball there from Adams. Quickly ahead of Sebastiani, 0-2.
It's a 5 RBI day for Max.
Just continuing to crush the baseball. 0-2, hit high and shallow into right field. Can't make a diving catch as Billingsley. Sebastiani headed for extra bases. He'll cruise into second.
Now batting number 51,
And
Xander Silken.
that's a double to give him his first hit since rejoining the team. Extends the inning, brings up Xander Silken.
Zach Pace, foot on the gas. Everybody's taking all their at-bats today.
And you just hope it doesn't almost boil over for the Philippines here. We've seen the benches clear back-to-back nights, Padres and Cardinals. You sure hope you don't see any bad blood between these two, just trying to finish out the season. First pitch to Silkin, catches the outside corner, strike one. Oh, one misses just low with a hook, 1-1. Silkin a productive night, a single and a walk. He's yet to score, but does have a ground ball turned into a double play and a strikeout. 1-1, chopped to third, fielded by Lopez. The throw across can't be picked by Lee. And an E5 puts runners on first and second with one out.
Now batting number 19, Cam Hageman.
Tough one for Dylan Adams' ERA.
Yeah, so Hageman digs in here in the bottom of the sixth. Roman Raffaele, Kieran Costa here from the Sonoma Tribune press box.
There's finally a righty up and loosening in the bullpen.
First pitch to Hageman's called a strike.
I mean, Adams was struggling with the command, but he's putting it over the plate, and it's just getting knocked around. Pitching mound's got to be the loneliest place on earth right now. If you're Dylan Adams, you're doing everything you can. Defense isn't really helping you either.
1-1, chopped foul, now 0-2 to Hageman. Sebastiani leads off second, Silkin off first, in what's become an even more lopsided ball game here in the bottom of the sixth. But the Stompers have scored in now 5 of 6 innings, the second being the only one they didn't. And they got a runner aboard, but a couple of ground balls, a couple nice plays from J.J. Fagfumsen to shortstop ended that one quickly. 0-2 to Hageman, skips in there. They'll check to first, and Dean Poteet rings him up.
That's funny.
Oh, it's the first strikeout for Dylan Adams. Cam Hageman goes down. That's his 21st strikeout of his half summer with Sonoma. And it brings up Kyle Olympia.
Dean's had more than enough of this ball game, and it's just the 6th.
Still a whole third of a game to play. First pitch to Olympia misses low.
Knock on wood, no bottom of the 9th, though.
Olympia's day has included a walk, a hit by pitch, a flyout, and a ground out. He scored once. The 1-0 swung on and missed.
Azul on deck would be the second time he hits this inning. Azul's a guy, I mean, he has to stay in this ball game. Stompers are sort of out of first base options.
The 1-1 is fouled back over our heads, 1-2 now.
But after that, you have guys to go to off the bench. Sebastiani, Pulowski you want to keep, but Baker, Tapia, those are guys you'd assume come into this ball game at some point.
Plenty of opportunity to get some run from some guys who might not see the field in the postseason, but can still get some at-bats, work on their stuff. 1-2, fouled off again by Olympia.
And we said we wanted to see Olympia's power. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch. I know it's 14-2, but I'd love to see him barrel one up and find the gap, show that extra base hit, gap-to-gap power that we've seen Olympia have at San Francisco State.
The 1-2 misses low, 2-2.
It's only been a 31-pitch inning for Adams, and he's facing his 9th hitter.
2-2 count to Kyle Olympia. Dylan Adams from the mound and from the right side. Comes set at the belt. Takes a look. 2-2. Hit high and deep to left, but it'll stay in the park, and it's into the glove of Tyler Haruda, who ends the inning. 4 Stomper runs come across in the bottom of the 6th. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Kieran Costa takes you through on play-by-play for the conclusion of this ball game. You're watching Sonoma Stompers baseball on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network.
Jackson Rowland starts the top of the 7th inning with the pitch low to Dylan Tagium, who spent a majority of the day crouched down behind home plate watching a carousel of Stompers pass by. 14-2, Sonoma has the cushion. And if results hold here, they'd be just 1 win away from hosting the CCL North title game on Wednesday. But again, we restarted 0-0 tomorrow at 1:05 as this one's fouled back. 1-2. Stompers in cruise control. 14-2, a 12-run lead. And Roland's going to step off. Tagium bounces it to third. Tough hop and long throw in time. Nice play by Silken. Couple defensive changes. Handren out of the ball game as we assumed Anthony Shepler takes over at second base. Gabe Tapia in center for Cam Hegeman, and those are the only 2 moves that Zach Pace has made defensively. The Blues and the Crawdads win, so they're both a half game behind Sonoma. This one's lined to left, and a sliding play by Trent Keys. 2 very quick outs, exactly what Sonoma needs. Hit the ball hard, did Malachi Lopez, but directly at the left fielder, Trent Keys.
And that's a nice play from Trent Keys in left. That's a tough ball to read. Sometimes it has a lot of top spin, can just die in an instance, but he does a good job sliding under it to make the catch.
Left-handed hitter Brady Ferramisco, 0 for 1. He's walked twice. He takes just low and outside from Rowland. Luke Duncan's going to pitch. He's here to do just that. He's going to get the 9th inning. If it keeps looking like it's going to be 21-2. That one's outside, and the count's 2-0. Rowland, you'd think, would get the last out of the 7th and hopefully the 3 outs in the 8th. This one's pulled foul. I beg your pardon. Sliced the opposite way. And the count's 2-1. Left-handed hitter Ferramisco awaits a 2-1. Roland delivers. It's popped up foul, out of play again. And Roland nicely back in the count. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball kicks down to the bullpen where there's now no longer any action. Dylan Adams might be sent back out there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Roland looking for a very efficient inning. Ferramisco takes low. Full count 3-2. Leone to Ballantyne, now to Roland. Stares in to Sepulveda, delivers a payoff pitch, and Ferramisco strikes out swinging. Easy breezy, 1-2-3. Jackson Roland set down the Philippines. Time to stretch. You sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game no matter the score. In this instance, it's 14-2 Sonoma. Ben Sebastiani comes off the bench to hit for Paul Lazul here in inning number 7. Ben Sebastiani, 4 for 30 on the season, 17 walks and 14 strikeouts. He gets on base. It's a 471 OBP for the College of Marin right-handed hitter. Open stance awaits the 1-0 from Dylan Adams, and it's in there for a called strike, 1-1. Sebastiani with his signature take the first 2, and now we'll see if he times up Adams. Right-handed hitter. Comes home. In there for a called strike. Flipped home a slider, and it's 1-2. 1-2 on the way. Adams to Sebastiani, and Ben bounces it to the left side. It's the shortstop Fagfumsen on the backhand. His throw is high, and Sebastiani is safe on the E6. An errant throw from Fagfumsen's the 5th error against the Philippines today. Brings up Esteban Sepulveda. He'll be hitting for himself. We assume Keys will move from left field to first base, and then Ben Sebastiani will move to left field. The pitch to Sepulveda is bounced to the shortstop and past the glove into left field. That's nice. Esteban Sepulveda picks up a base hit, and he now has a hit in his last 3 games. Keep the line moving. I mean, when you put your average in the transfer portal, the scouts don't know if it's a 14-2 game against the 5th guy out of the bullpen, or if it's an RBI single and a tie game in the 9th. So the stats mean just the same to the players, and Trent Keys, who's 0 for 4, would like to knock one for a hit. Just
Yeah,
about every Stomper has been aboard 3 times.
And that's half the point of summer baseball, is getting reps, getting some good stats out there, trying to move up the college athletics ladder. And, even with recent NCAA rulings, trying to get paid as well.
Key is a guy that switched colleges this past season. He's heading to San Joaquin Delta. He checks his swing, and the Stompers do the gentlemanly thing. They don't advance up 12. There was no appeal to Bernice. It's called a ball. Keys has popped out, struck out, reached on an error, scored a run, and popped out again. 0 for 4. Adams comes set at the bell, 2 on, nobody out. The offer to Keys is way up and away, 2-1. Yeah, Keys right now is the only starter that's yet to reach base twice. He's also the only starter without a hit or a walk. Getting there is something he's done himself. 2-1 pitch. He's ahead of Adams trying to do that. The pitch to Keys is way high, and the count's 3-1. Dylan Adams had gone 7 consecutive appearances without giving up an earned run before this. The Stompers have tagged him for a couple crooked numbers already. Keys awaits a payoff from Adams, right on left. Also, Adams hasn't gone more than an inning all season. Will Pickett's is hanging out his reliever to dry. He's set to deliver his 41st pitch. Keys hits it hard but foul. The quality at bats from Trent continue, no matter the scoreline. We'll do another 3-2. Luke Duncan is up and throwing in the bullpen. Are they going to ask him for 6 outs? Maybe go to someone else for the 9th. 3-2 pitch to Keys. Pops it up. Third base side. Should be playable for Lopez. He gives it a look, and it drops untouched. A real tough defensive day for just about every player wearing a red jersey out on that ball field. Eighth pitch coming to Keys. Keys yanks it foul, and that means he'll see a 10th pitch of the at-bat, not giving an inch. First and second, nobody out. Trent Keys and Dylan Adams deadlocked in a 10-pitch battle. Right on left. Adams to Keys, and it's outside ball 4. Keys draws a walk. The bases are loaded with nobody out, and this bases loaded moment is brought to you by Friedman's Home Improvement. Friedman's is loaded with all your home improvement needs. Friedman's, if they don't have it, you don't need it. And we're set up, Roman. Tomorrow at 1:05 is the biggest game in the Stompers, although short CCL history. They're playing to finish the regular season as the 1 seed. That one misses well high, 1-0. Stompers scored 18 runs on July 6th in a victory over San Francisco. A grand slam from Meaden here would match that mark. Base is juiced. The pitch home is high. And as the MLB trade deadline is upon us, that's sort of what the Stompers do. They're not trades, but they're mid-season acquisitions. And this is the second consecutive season that Zach Pace has done that very well. DJ Scott last year had a grand slam in the CCL wildcard game. He was a guy that played just a week and a half of the regular season. And Meaden, Tapia, all those guys continue to produce. 2-1 to Quinn as Pop foul back to the screen, 2-2. Anthony Shepler, who came in defensively for Max Handren, will hit next. Two-two pitch with the bases loaded. Meaden chops it foul down the third baseline. Shepler in the month of July is hitting .296 if you combine league and non-league games, with a .488 on base percentage and an OPS over 1,000. So Shepler, who really struggled at the start of the season, has turned it on, getting a lot of those non-league plate appearances. 2-2 to Meaden. Quinn lines it up the middle for a base hit. The Stompers go station to station. No need to push the envelope. 4 consecutive have reached. And out to the mound goes Will Pickets. I think he's going to make the call before Shepler, and he does. Break in the action. Pitching change as Quinn Meaden racks up his 4th hit of the day and the 11th consecutive time that he's reached base consecutively. Welcome to Sonoma, Quinn Meaden. You're one of the best players we've ever seen. Breaking the action. Last of the 7th. Sonoma on top, 15-2. David Egg comes out of the bullpen. He's now the 5th pitcher to throw. He comes up in a bases loaded, nobody out situation. Egg, a right-handed pitcher, spent the last 3 seasons at University of Michigan Dearborn campus, where he's pitching to a 12 earned run average. He's totaled 48 innings pitched. Things could get even uglier here at Arnold Field as Shepler takes low outside 1-0. Shepler bats from the left side with the bases loaded. We'll close the book on Adams. He's responsible for just about every runner on the base paths, and Shepler fouls it back to the screen. Anthony, a 182 average. That's 12 for 66 in CCL contests. 5 runs batted in. He has a chance to really add to that number here. Dylan Adams went 1 inning And Shepler bounces this one fair up the first base line. Lee takes it to the bag himself. RBI Anthony Shepler off the bench. That goes 3 unassisted. It allows Sepulveda to score from third. Keys takes his place, and Meaden moves up 90 feet. Nick Sebastiani reached on an error in the first, singled in the third, hit by a pitch in the fourth, sac fly in the fifth, and in the sixth inning he doubled. So that tallies 2 for 3 with an RBI. These runs that continue to score will be charged to Adams, who went 1 inning, gave up 6 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout. His earned run number yet to be determined. Egg's a right-handed pitcher coming home to Sebastiani, who takes high 2-0. You still say go blue for all the University of Michigan campuses? I think you'd have to, right?
Yeah. Probably when it's against Ohio State.
I mean,
Michigan State.
oh yeah, those are the 2 big ones. 2-0 is in there for a called strike. 2-1.
I mean, as for the rest of them, they have their own athletics programs.
They
I
do.
assume it's not all the blue. I mean,
Well, wait, that's an interesting question.
because I mean, like, you look at Texas, you have UT Arlington. That's the Mavericks. They're a D1 program. Definitely not rooting for UT Austin.
That one is low, 3-1. Eric Gurney's zone is closing up as the night goes on.
You'd probably expect the opposite.
Yeah, you probably would, wouldn't you? Second and third, 1 out, 3-1 pitch on the way to Nick Sebastiani. Inside ball 4, keep bumping that on-base percentage for Nick. Bases are reloaded for Xander Silken. Gabriel Tapia has come out on deck here, replaced Hageman defensively. Silken is 1 for 4. He's reached base 3 times. Bases full of Stompers. Egg sets off his body and comes with a first pitch curve at 69 miles an hour, nowhere close. One in the first, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, 4 in the sixth, 2 home, and the bases loaded in the last of the 7th. Outside 2-0, and if anyone's listening to know about the Michigan Dearborn campus, they're also the Wolverines. Does that mean you can move within those 2 athletic programs as one?
I mean, all the info looks like it's just U of M.
But isn't that 2-0 pitch? Silken hits a flare, looping pop-up to right center, and making the catch is Billingsley. Silken's retired. If they play each other, can they play each other? They're in different conferences.
You know, I used to like pride myself on being able to understand college athletics and whatnot, but I don't anymore.
They're an NAIA school.
Ah.
That's the answer we were looking
There
for.
it is.
That's why the analytics team is the best in the league.
We need to start keeping track of the analytics of our analytics
Yeah,
team.
I know, really.
Live stats
No, that's
found,
good.
fun
No, that's
facts, little tidbits, corrections
Did
of
they-
us, understanding of the umpires, all the things.
I mean, the point there would be given to actually reading the baseball reference page, something that I clearly did not do well enough. First pitch is in there to Tapia. He's the 8th man to hit in the inning. If he gets out of this, you can tack on another for Stompers, leave the bases loaded. That's been an issue all season.
Has.
Ground balls called a ball low and outside.
Didn't need analytics for that one.
Did not. I mean, how many times have they left the bases loaded? We
had the total at one point.
we had the total on 1 point, exactly.
I know when we had it, it was 24.
1-1 to Tapia, outside 2-1.
That was probably a month ago.
The season's flown by. Felt like opening day was just yesterday, and we've totaled what? This is league game number 49, 39? 39, because they played
47
40.
overall, yeah.
That one's low outside. Tapia 1 ball away from getting his 3rd RBI and his first Stomper walk. Yeah, so their out-of-league record for Sonoma after the win over California, 6-2. This would be the 30th win of the season, which would match Zach Pace's career high as a manager. So I think they come out tomorrow. That one means a little bit more. 3-1 is in there for a called strike. And if we remember back to the final game of last season, the Stompers were playing for no seeding. They were playing for Elijah Ramos to continue his on-base streak, which he did in the first inning. And that 30-win mark for Zach Pace really does mean something to him. I was talking to Casey Gilroy before the game. 3-2 to Tapia hit him. Clipped off the front guard of Tapia. Run comes in to score. 17-2. We're back to our football score. At least we have that.
Now batting, shortstop number 7, Kyle Olympia.
That brings up Kyle Olympia. I was talking to Casey Gilroy before the game just to finish up on that. He said, yeah, we win today, we win tomorrow. I was like, yeah, that gets you one seed. He said, no, that gives you Zach Pace's 31st win and a career high. So it's been a very impressive season for Zach in a year where the team has been decimated by injuries. You lose your top 2 arms to their throwing program. But they've held firm and found a way. That one's going to kick past the catcher, holding at third base. This Meaden, absolutely no reason to run.
And if we want a really deep tidbit here, not brought to you by the analytics team, I'm going to take the credit
Brought to you
for this
by
for myself.
you.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
NFL Scoregami. If you're familiar with it, it's basically the tracking of every final score ever in Major League Football. And 17-2, our current score, you call it a football score,
Yeah.
has never happened. It would be a fill in, it would be a scoregami if it happened in the
NFL
NFL.
scoregami.
Yeah, but I mean, this is obviously not the NFL.
Who's running the Twitter? Can they clip this out and tag NFL Scoregami, please?
Yeah.
This is how we go viral.
In baseball, just scoregami this way.
CCL Scoregami.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No, I'm sure not. But
17-2.
we're doing
is your
something the
score?
NFL can't.
Exactly. Called strike. Outside corner. That was actually a very nice pitch. It did find the outside corner. 2-2.
Stompers won, NFL nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And after tomorrow's game, you can hope it's CCL North regular season titles also 1-0
Yeah.
Sonoma. Pitch is over the head of Olympia. He's also looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3, a walk and a hit by pitch for Kyle.
And I think he just hopes to not fly out to left. He's done that to end the inning the last 2 innings.
Yes. So, I don't really think the Stompers are going to be sprinting as the carousel starts. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Egged to Olympia, that's lined right at the second baseman, Ferramesco. The inning is over, but the Stompers add a field goal, 17-2 after 7 here in Sonoma. Luke Duncan comes out of the bullpen. Jackson Rowland, no runs, no hits, a walk and a strikeout in 1.1 inning. And that brings up a very interesting story in Luke Duncan, who's throwing from the right side. He has yet to allow an earned run in 9 innings pitched. First pitch at 93 miles an hour is up and away. 7 appearances, all out of the bullpen. 6 of them have been 1 inning. 1 of them was 2 innings. He's allowed 17 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 5 hits over these 9 frames, and he puts that one in there at 93. Duncan, out of high school, went to Chico State, and then didn't really play, went catcher only there as a catcher in high school, then moved schools, and we'll tell you after that one is fouled off at Los Medanos. Still tried to do the two-way thing as a catcher and a pitcher, but in that Chico State trying to be a walk-on tryout, he went as a pitcher for the first time and saw 90 miles an hour on the gun. He's only been pitching for 9 months, and he's just pumped in 94 miles an hour. It's spoiled foul. So because he started at Chico State, he has to do a 4-2-4 rule. So he went from a 4-year university down to a 2-year university. That's a junior college. He's going to pitch at San Joaquin Delta. He has to play 2 seasons there before he goes back to the D1 level. This one's fouled back, goes to the slider. That's a pitch that he's just developed in the last couple months, fouled back 1-2. After the showcase game appearance where he went 1-2-3 representing the Stompers down in Compton, phone's been ringing off the hook with D1 offers. That'll be after this season at Delta. 1-2 pitch. Went back to the fastball, 95 miles an hour. My goodness. Hardest pitch thrown by a Stomper all season. Ties his own record.
And Duncan been a great arm out of the pen. Some big moments, and I mean, something like this where he's just trying to get reps, work on his stuff, and get better.
2-2. That's a fastball. It's put in play. Very shallow right field. Long run for Meaden, and he runs it down. Trent Keys is now playing first base, and Ben Sebastiani is playing left field. That retires Haruta. Brings up Riker Billingsley. A couple of hits on the day to go along with a strikeout. Duncan's received calls from St. Mary's and Cal, just to name a couple, but again, that wouldn't be for a year. And I think his catching days are probably behind him. First pitch is in there to a called strike to Billingsley. That one's 94. Wyatt Marsna will finish off the frame. The pitch. Tries the slider and it misses low. If there's a time to test out your slider, this might be it. 17-2. That's the Stomper lead in the 8th inning. Duncan now 9 1/3 without giving up an earned run this season. That one's lined foul, 1-2. 10 1/3 if you count the 3 outs he got in the showcase game. Billingsley from North Alabama is a left-handed hitter. And again, Roman, I continue to say that this is a nice win, and it's nice to secure yourself a home playoff game, but all this is out the window if you lose tomorrow and you're forced to play that wild card game. Duncan steps off. So the Stompers need to come out and just replicate this performance from the rip tomorrow.
And need to continue to put the pedal to the metal here and finish out this regular season strong, and then obviously carry that into the CCL North playoffs.
Outside, that's 95 again. He's a tick up today on the fastball. He missed with both the 95-mile-per-hour pitches, though. It counts 2 balls and 2 strikes. And this is how you keep fans in the seats in a 17-2 game. You get to see the Luke Duncan show here in the 8th. Righty Duncan to the lefty Billingsley. Struck him out swinging 95 miles an hour. Here's my best stuff. You can't hit it. 5th strikeout for Sonoma pitching, 18th of the season for Luke.
Center fielder number 0, Wyatt Lamarza.
Duncan had 12 pitches so far. This could be a situation. Is this like you see if you can go 2 innings? You keep that pitch count under 15 here. There's a conversation. The pitch hit him. 94 miles an hour hit Wyatt Lamarza. Now, it seemed to be to his surprise. That's what's the opposite of selling it, when you tell the umpire it didn't hit me, even when it did. Hit by pitch for Duncan. That's probably the easiest way to get hit by 94 miles an hour, just glanced off the elbow guard. Base runner for the Philippines. And that keeps that whip number at an even 1 for Luke Duncan. First pitch to the leadoff hitter. That's a fastball at 94. That's 94 right down the middle. And now you think ahead to that Wednesday game against, of course, the winner of the Northern Wild Card. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, nothing in 2. You bring Luke Duncan back for Wednesday. That's 1 inning. You have Braden Gentz. That's 2 innings. And you have Laginto and Pelja.
That's a shutdown. That's a tough day to
It's a tough
face
day
the
to have to
Stompers.
come to Arnold Field and face that lineup. Time called at home plate. It's 0-2. But again, I continue to stress the fact that Stompers have to go play the wild card game if they lose tomorrow. And the vibes as high as they are at 17-2, I don't think anyone's gotten complacent. They all know what has to be done tomorrow starting at 1:05. That's your last chance to see the Stompers in the regular season. Go to stompersbaseball.com to find tickets for that one, or join us on the broadcast at 12:50. Sunday matinee to close out the regular season. 0-2 pitch is bounced foul. A nice battle from Vasquez, looking for his 3rd knock of the ball game. 95 again, 3rd time he's hit that number today. 0-2 pitch. He's way out in front of Vasquez. This is where you maybe go to that slider, bury it, but he could also challenge him if it's in the zone. This is the smallest lead I've ever seen from Lamarza. He went with the fastball, 94 in the zone, and Vasquez got a piece. Now I think you try and expand the zone a little bit. Oh, 2 pitch with 2 outs. Hit him. He tried the slider, slipped out of his hand, back-to-back 2-out hit by pitches. This ball game continues. 2-on, 2-out for Ben Lee.
An aggressive pitch there from Duncan. Tried to go front door with the slider, just drop it in, get a nice backwards K to end the inning, but slips out the hand. It's a little bit cooler. Cooled off very nicely here in Sonoma. A tough pitch there.
Now he's up to 18 pitches. Duncan delivers. Fastball called high. The appeal to Dean Poteet, he didn't make a signal. I think he yelled no. So no swing. Lee up with 2-on and 2-out. Duncan takes a peek at second base and comes home. Line foul back to the screen, 1-1. Duncan hasn't really worked with runners in scoring position this season. He's been dominant.
He hasn't had to. 5 walks and just 4 hits. Excuse me, 4 walks and 5 hits.
Tacked 2 more free passes on because of this 8th inning. After getting a pop out and a strikeout, he hit the 9-hitter and the leadoff man. Brings up Ben Lee, and he's hit by the pitch. Duncan misses inside yet again. The bases are loaded.
I don't Now they issue the pass.
3 consecutive hit by pitches, bases loaded. 94 miles an hour again. And Mike Nunez is going to go out to the mound, meeting on the hill. We'll step aside and be right back when Nunez returns to the dugout. Bases loaded after 3 consecutive hit by pitches, and that one misses high. It's Owen Stevenson out of Kentucky Wesleyan.
Owen Stevenson.
He comes up to hit for J.J. Fagfumsen with the bases loaded here in the 8th. Stevenson, a right-handed hitter from Whitby, Ontario, up north of the border. He hits one off the hands and foul back to the screen, a ball and a strike. Stevenson is 3 for 46 this season. He's walked twice and struck out 17 times. Stevenson looking to pull any positives from a tough season down playing in the CCL South. 1-1 pitch right there for a called strike 2, 94 miles an hour. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 17-2 Stompers in the 8th. Looks like Micah Marquez will be tasked with the final 3 outs. Duncan trying to end the 8th. 1-2 pitch. Stevenson pops it up, foul and out of play. 94 miles an hour. And something that we've noticed from Duncan here, and maybe this is pitching in a 15-run game instead of a leverage spot, is when he got to 2 strikes, he's been so efficient all year putting away hitters. Nomar Vasquez, he got ahead 0-2. That turned into a 6-pitch at bat before he hit him. He's ahead 0-2 here, and he can't put away Owen Stevenson. You see if he goes back to the slider, which slipped out of the hand on 0-2 to Vasquez. The pitch is a fastball up above the zone at 94. 27 pitches, I think, is now the longest of the season for Luke. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 3 consecutive hits. Batmans have loaded the bases. Oh, goodness, for Philippines. 2-2 pitch. Duncan delivers, and that one's high and tight to the screen. 95 miles an hour whizzes by the head of Owen Stevenson. Has to be a scary moment to be in that box right now. You don't really know where the next 95-mile-per-hour pill is going to head towards you. Three-two from Duncan. Popped up, foul out of play. A very good battle from Owen Stevenson, who, as we mentioned, is 3 for 46. Duncan just can't seem to put him away. Regular season finale, 1:05 tomorrow. The second of 2 between these two teams. Would be the 3rd meeting of the season. Duncan pitches, struck him out swinging, 95 miles an hour again. 3 hit by pitches, all of them are left. We head to the last of the 8th. Sonoma will bat for the last time, leading 17-2. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. And Ben Sebastiani swings first pitch and is thrown out on a ground ball to shortstop. But Ben Sebastiani, I think, that's the second time he swung first pitch all season. The other one, he came off the bench in Walnut Creek and delivered a crucial sacrifice fly. And Zach Price might have told his guys to go swing at everything. Sepulveda takes inside. David Eggs trying to just get these final 3 outs and send Micah Marquez to the hill, it looks like. We'll see. Sepulveda checks his swing on a curveball, and Eric Gurney calls it at home plate as a swing. 1-1. One pitch. Keys will hit for the 6th time next. Sepulveda swings and misses. 77 on the heater. It counts 1-2. Working from the windup. Delivers. Low. And the count's 2-2. Sepulveda has struck out, walked 3 times, and singled. If results hold here, the Philippines will drop to 0-6 against the CCL North, and Sepulveda's hit up in the smalls of the back. Which is the 5th hit by pitch? 6th, maybe.
And the second by Egged.
TK 25's turn from the left side. He's reached base on an error and a walk. Keys takes way up and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Over 3.5 hours gone by. Sonoma leads at 17-2 here in the bottom of inning number 8. That one misses inside. At first base is Sepulveda. He was hit by a pitch. 2-0 to Keys, with Quinn Meaden on deck. Keys hits a missile foul. That's the 3rd time today that Trent has yanked a baseball down the line. If he waits back a little bit, he can drive a baseball. Thanks for sticking with us here in to the 8th inning. 17-2, the cushion for the Stompers. I mean, Stompers faithful is an understatement for those still tuned in. Keys swings and misses. The count's 2-2. That's a big curveball at 67. Two balls and 2 strikes. Keys sends this one to center field. Well, Marsna has a beat on it, goes back and makes a 2-handed squeeze in center. Keys has now been retired for the 4th time. He's 0 for 5 today. Let's run through the out-of-town scoreboard. In the North, the Crawdads beat the Legends 7-3, and the Blues beat the Oaks 11-4. They keep pace with the Stompers, and the Merchants won, but I think that at this point is irrelevant with the other wins. The CCL North playoff teams are set, the seeding still to be determined. So the Merchants are eliminated, but a nice second season back in the CCL for Tony Sakachi, TC Fairfield, and the rest of that squad from the East Bay as Meaden fouls it back. Quinn has reached base in 11 consecutive at-bats. So something to watch out for as he's now in an 0-2 count. Oh, 2 pitch on the way to Meaden. That's lined up the middle for a base hit. 12 times in a row has Quinn Meaden reached first base. He's been on base 7 times today. It's a 5-hit day for Quinn.
And really just a remarkable weekend for the kid. I mean, you get on every at-bat Friday and Saturday. That's some really good baseball for having just joined the club last week.
Yeah, and he's going to steal Stomper of the Week from Max Handren, who's hit 2 home runs. And that's because Max Handren can't get it every single week. Anthony Shepler's hit by a pitch. Shep, I think now, he has sole possession of second most times plunked. 13th time Anthony's been hit by a pitch. Bases loaded for Sonoma.
Unfortunately, Trent Keys has him beat by 5 still.
No one's catching Trent. Well, unless we played the Menlo Park Legends tomorrow. Nothing that ball club likes to do more than hit the stomps. Nick Sebastiani, who has one 9th inning 3-run home run off a position player, looks to do the same. It egged a pitcher from UMich Dearborn, and he almost hit Sebastiani. 71 up towards Nick's head. He's been hit by a pitch. He's walked. He's doubled. He's singled. He's reached on an error, and he has a sac fly. The pitch to Nick, swing and a miss. Big cut. He wanted another home run. He's getting worried. He knows Max has just tied him for the active team lead. Brady Shannon left the club with 5. Shannon, an oblique injury in the CCL Showcase Home Run Derby. Sebastiani takes upstairs. Two balls and 1 strike. The pitch to Sebastiani inside. 3-1. The 3-1 pitch to Nick Sebastiani. Hitters count. Sebastiani swings and misses. So we'll run through it real quick. Meaden has 4 RBI. Handren has 5 RBI. Hegeman has 2 RBI. Sebastiani, Silken, Tapia, and Keys all have 1. Sebastiani pops this one, fell out of play. Hits-wise, Meaden has 5. Sebastiani 1. Olympia 1. Ben Sebastiani reached on an error. So as we could just go reach base, scored runs. 9 different Stompers have scored a run. Payoff pitch. Sebastiani hits it up the middle and into center field past Owen Stevenson. Dave Hoke throws up a stop sign. It's 18-2. Nick Sebastiani with a 3-hit day. So now the Stompers have scored in 7 out of the 8 innings. And Xander Silken will hit again. He's 1 for 5 with a walk. Reached base thrice.
And if you're thinking about our scorigami reference earlier, 18-2
right?
also not ever been done. Very few 2s have been done. 19-2 nothing, 20-2 now that has happened. Last time that happened was the Chicago Bears and the Cleveland Rams, October 10th, 1937.
1-0. Called strike, top of the zone, 1-1. Toppy will hit again. He's on deck. The pitch is low, kicks away, no movement from the Sonoma runners. He gets the baseball back, and he'll eventually throw a 2-1 pitch to Xander Silken. The Stompers have tied their yearly record in runs. They scored 18 runs in a victory over the Seagulls on July 6th. 19 runs would set the high. The pitch to Silken. That ball's hit a long way to left. Haruta drifts back, reaches up at the wall. He bangs off the wall, but he comes down with the baseball. The inning is over. Xander Silken hits the ball hard. Haruta bangs off the wall hard, but everyone's okay, and the side is retired. We wrap up shop on the other side. Sonoma up 18-2 after 8. Jacob Badillo will take a called strike one against Micah Marquez. Badillo has been a pitcher only. He'll get his first at-bat of the season. Against Marquez, a guy that started this year without giving up an earned run, but did give up on his last few outings. His first 6 outings, he didn't yield an earned run. He gave up 3 and took the loss on Wednesday against San Francisco. This could be a get-right outing for Marquez. That's a broken bat chopper towards shortstop. Olympia fields a high hop and throws to first, dug out by Keys, 1 away. That brings up Stefan Leo to hit off the bench from Holy Family.
Now batting, number 20, Stefan Leo.
Swing and a miss. Stefan Leo, a senior at Holy Family out in Philadelphia. He swings and hits it foul. Leo is going to turn 27 6 years old this year. He takes inside.
He's from Golden, Colorado. It's like
That's why you.
it's like 15 minutes where I'm from.
That's why you stick around till the end of the game. The hitters was born near where Roman lives. 1-2. He hits a chopper to third. Picked on that, and the throw is in time. Xander Silken having some fun over at the hot corner.
Yeah, Scorigami.
I know.
Where I'm from, where he's
Origami,
from.
Colorado residents.
How are you 26 and playing in college
He's turning-
athletics still? That's
He's
just
turning
crazy.
25, I think.
25.
I think I did that math wrong.
You did that math slightly wrong.
That's
25.
fine.
That is still like.
We should have
that's-
had the analytics team do it.
I
We
mean-
can't even trust me to do 2025 minus 2,000. Goodness, that one's low.
I mean, I'll be 21 in like a week, and
Oh,
I'm a junior.
happy early
I'm,
birthday.
Oh, thanks, Kieran.
You were afraid I was going to
Thanks,
forget. I was
Kieran.
going to wish
Right,
you happy
yeah.
birthday either way.
But like,
Come
I'll be
on.
a junior in college, and I'm still
No, yeah.
4 years younger than he is, and yet same thing.
That one misses. Outside, 1-1. I was going to remember your birthday either way. Don't worry about that. Marquez looking to end the ball game. Called strike outside corner. Well, it's more fun to be on the winning end of 18-2, that's for sure. And it's going to be a fun one tomorrow. 1-2 pitch. Popped up. Very shallow left field. In foul ground moves Xander Silken, and he cannot make the catch. This game refuses to come to a conclusion. There's some fun down in like the CCL South standings. The Riptide and the Oaks are going to be tied atop the standings going into tomorrow. Outside corner, called strike 3, ball game over. Andrew Ballantyne is the winning pitcher. The losing pitcher, Stefano Gonzalez. The Stompers win it by the final score of 18-2. And Roman, we said we wanted to win this one handily. They did that and more, but I mean, let's give the Stompers their flowers for a minute. Very good, top to bottom. The arms were good, and the bats jumped all over Philippines pitching.
Yeah, I mean, you put up 18 runs and 15 hits. It's hard to not have a good day at the ballpark there. They didn't commit an error defensively. That's a great day. The big thing here is you can't get complacent through the latter innings. They didn't do that either, but now you need to go win tomorrow, secure the 1 seed in the North, win the North regular season title, and then go on a mission. Go get the CCL North title game handily at Arnold Field and move into the South with hopes of winning the CCL.
And so Andrew Ballantyne's given the win. Gonzalez takes the loss, no save. Obviously, Duncan and Marquez go as well. Quinn Meaden, a great day. He reaches base 6 times. So, 7 times, right? He reached in that last inning. Yeah, 7 times for Meaden, who's now 12 consecutive reach base. Roman reminds us it's a scorigami if this was an NFL game. We had some fun, and really, our deepest thanks to all 39 of you that have stuck around to really just listen to me blather on about who knows what for the last 3.5 hours. We got up near 4, didn't make the cut today. The Stompers improve to now 24-15. And before we sign off, let's make sure everybody's very clear on what happens tomorrow. If the Stompers win their game, that's a 1 o'clock start against this Philippines national team. If that game goes final and the Stompers are victorious, they win the regular season title. That doesn't mean much. But they host the CCL North title game. That'll be the winner of the wild card game Wednesday at 6:05 at Arnold Field. If the Stompers lose that game, there's still a way they could host. Walnut Creek plays Alameda tomorrow. If Walnut Creek loses that game, Sonoma would still win it. If Walnut Creek wins that game, Sonoma would fall to second and host the wild card game on Tuesday. This win locks in something. there'll be playoff baseball in 2025 at Arnold Field. So that does actually mean a lot to a lot of people. That's great. Arnold Field is the best venue in the CCL North. It'll see playoff baseball and CCL playoff baseball for the first time ever. But first, the Stompers need to win tomorrow at 1:05. You can catch a pregame show at 12:50. For our analytics team, everyone else that helps this broadcast run, thank you for sticking around. And my broadcast partner, Roman Raffelli, and I have spent now 4 hours on the air. We'll sign off. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:50. So this isn't good math. That's 14 hours away? Just about. So take 14 hours off. We'll see you back here for the Stompers' chance to clinch the 1 seed in the CCL North. I'm Kieran Costa signing off after an 18-2 Stomper victory.